Joe pointed out a couple days ago. And so you might notice on the TV that the times are up there. I know a lot of members from all sides asked for the box above the doors for a year or so now, but it's a bigger issue than just putting them up there. So this is, yesterday we worked on it, and thank you, LGT. Yes, but warning now, it might fizzle out and not work for a second. If it does, please bear with. But we think it's going to be okay. Will you please open the doors? Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition from the residents of Nova Scotia who live and visit St. Peter's in Richmond County. The operative clause of the petition reads, whereas the village of St. Peter's is located on Route 4, a provincial route that has higher levels of traffic than many other rural routes, particularly in tourism season, and whereas the section of Route 4 that runs through the village of St. Peter's is approximately 4 kilometers long and has only one designated crosswalk in the commercial retail district with the highest density in Richmond County. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, with an interest in improving safety for residents and visitors in the village of St. Peter's, call upon the Minister of Public Works to create a new crosswalk in the village of St. Peter's located at 10054 Grenville Street near the Farmer's Pantry, create a new crosswalk at the Argyle Street, Toulouse Street, and Grenville Street intersection near Foodland, and make adjustments to the existing crosswalk at Pepperell and Grenville Street intersections to improve visibility and safety. There are 475 signatures on the petition, and I have affixed my signature as per the rules of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to table the amendments to Civil Procedure Rule 90 from the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal.
Please do. The report is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a document. It's relating to yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. The paper is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que le mois de mars est désigné comme étant le mois de la francophonie pour célébrer les cultures, le patrimoine et la diversité de plus de 300 millions de francophones à travers le monde, et attendu que la langue française est parlée en Nouvelle-Écosse depuis plus de 4 siècles, soit depuis le premier établissement du peuple acadien à Port-Royal en 1605, et attendu qu'aujourd'hui plus de 100 000 Néo-Écossais parlent le français, dont 35 000 Acadiens, francophones et nouveaux arrivants, pour qu'il s'agisse de leur langue maternelle. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour souligner le mois de la francophonie, pour rendre hommage aux communautés acadiennes et francophones prospères de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March is Francophonie Month, which celebrates the cultures, heritage, and diversity of more than 300 million French speakers around the world, and whereas the French language has been spoken in Nova Scotia for over 4 centuries, since the first settlement of Acadians in Port-Royal in 1605, and whereas today more than 100,000 Nova Scotians speak French, including 35,000 Acadians, Francophones, and newcomers who speak it as their first language. Therefore be resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing Francophonie Month and in honoring the thriving Acadian and Francophone communities in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Timperley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction first?
Please do.
In the gallery opposite, we have with us no stranger to this host, our town crier, Will Brewer, and his mother, Allison's with him. And of course, Will has been involved with many boards. He's a fellow Mount alumni and a good friend. So great to see Will. I'd ask you to rise and get the ovation of the house.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Timperley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Down Syndrome.
The honourable member for Timperley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Down Syndrome.
Bill 56, an act respecting Down syndrome.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timperley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish Down Syndrome Day.
The honourable member for Timperley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Down Syndrome Day.
Bill 57, an act to establish Down Syndrome Day.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With enormous amounts of queer joy, I beg leave to introduce an act entitled, a bill entitled, An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights.
Bill 58, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Physician Recruitment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member of Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Physician Recruitment.
Bill 59, an act respecting physician recruitment.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Provide a Maritime Health Network. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a Maritime Health Network.
Bill 60, an act to provide for a maritime health network.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for more than 200 years, Africville was home to a community of African Nova Scotians located on the shores of the Bedford Basin until the 1960s, when the City of Halifax obtained the Africville lands, causing residents to be relocated, resulting in the loss of community. Whereas according to a 1973 Africville Relocation Report supplement conducted by Donald H. Claremont and Dennis W. McGill of the Institute of Public Affairs at Dalhousie University, there was no organized Africville presence during the mechanics phase of relocation, and powerlessness and community strains characterized relocated orientation at the community level. Whereas point 3 of the Africville Act in 2005 stated the government of the province shall issue a public apology to former residents of Africville and their descendants for the destruction of Africville. Yet no such apology was issued by the provincial government on its own behalf, instead being left to Mayor Peter Kelly following the February 20 settlement in the case of Africville Genealogy Society et al. Versus City of Halifax. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly calls on the government to immediately honor point 3 of the Africville Act 2005 by issuing a public apology to former residents of Africville and their descendants for the destruction of Africville, and in said apology, recognize Africville for its aforementioned significance to Haligonian and Nova Scotian history. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
It's not in order to be read orally. It's to be passed into the clerk's table. I ask that you pass it into the clerk's table. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas there are systems and policies in place that are prolonging gender gaps in Nova Scotia's healthcare system, effectively reducing women's and gender diverse individuals' access to timely and appropriate care, and whereas there are clear solutions to many of the gender gaps that we face, such as making contraception and PrEP free, making additional screening available for those with dense breasts, and making HPV screening more accessible through an at-home testing approach, and whereas there are elements in place that can be built upon to ensure equitable access, such as the Endometriosis and Chronic Pelvic Pain Clinic, therefore, be it resolved that on a future date, the House shall devote a period of no less than 40 minutes to debate the need to devote more energy to creating gender equity in our healthcare system by closing persistent gender gaps. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is not agreed. Is tabled. Statements by, I apologize. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the cost of rent across the province is increasing beyond what Nova Scotians can afford, in part because the current rent cap is set too high, and in part because the current rent cap is riddled with loopholes that landlords abuse, such as fixed-term lease loophole. And whereas the current residential tenancies program offers little support for tenants who have abusive landlords demanding such things as unlawful security deposits and application fees, while also refusing to complete necessary repairs and building upkeep. And whereas it is expected that an expedited evictions timeline for non-payment of rent will soon be in place, which will allow landlords to begin the eviction processes after 3 days of non-payment instead of 15 days and deny tenants the time that is needed to catch up on their rent. Therefore, be it resolved that on a future date, the House shall devote a period of no less than 40 minutes to debate the importance of reversing the current policy approach being taken and instead pursuing policies that would enhance housing security for renters across Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would draw everyone's attention to introduce my constituent Courtney Sherlock, Ali Pedvis, and Marilyn Burke from the Halifax Tides Football Club. I would ask them to rise and receive a warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to introduce an amazing new Nova Scotian named Jocelyn. She is the new mascot for the Halifax Tides Football Club, only the second professional sports franchise in our capital city. The Tides are making history as one of 6 founding clubs in Canada's first ever professional women's soccer league. I am so very proud of my constituent, Dr. Courtney Sherlock, the co-founder and CEO of the Halifax Tides. I loved meeting Jocelyn and the team, which includes Sarah Taylor, Eva Framo, Megumi Nakamura, Millie Clegg, Daphne Bluen, Kylie Norcus, Sid Kennedy, Aaron McLeod, Sarah La Miller, Gianna Creighton, and Christabel Odura. We also have 4 of the players are right here from Nova Scotia. I ask all Nova Scotians to join me in congratulating Courtney Sherlock, the Halifax Tides, and I encourage everyone to come out and join me on April 26th to cheer the team on to their first victory. Madam Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before reading my statement.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the gallery this morning, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Ahmed Hussein, representing the Umla Mosque and Society. Dr. Hussein is the Vice Chairman of the Umla Society and a 3-time alumnus of the Dalhousie University. I invite him to stand and receive a warm welcome from the House this morning.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Speaker, as the crescent moon has graced our skies and we welcome the month of Ramadan, I want to acknowledge a community heart in Halifax-Chebucto, Umla Mosque. Umla Mosque is more than a place of worship. It is a pivotal hub of knowledge, refuge, charity, and celebration. An interfaith cornerstone in the area, Umla Mosque offers a place where hearts come together, where friendships are forged, and where the spirit of togetherness is nurtured. Umla Society aims to educate, connect, and empower community members with an emphasis on humanitarian aid and youth development. Umla Mosque's membership of over 15,000 Muslims and services 150,000 people a year with community centers across the province, including Antigonish and Woofle. I would like to thank the guest for his leadership that extends beyond religious duties, and I invite the House to rise in celebration of Umla Mosque. Ramadan Kareem.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the gallery today, I am honoured to introduce Patrick Cody from Rowe, Nova Scotia. Pat, I would ask you to please stand and accept a warm welcome from the members of the legislature.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize Patrick Cody, Rowe, Nova Scotia's provincial rowing coach. Operating locally out of Lake Bannock, Pat has helped transform Nova Scotia's provincial rowing team into a nationally respected program. Row, Nova Scotia now consistently produces medalists at the National Rowing Championships and the Canada Games. As well, rowers from Nova Scotia now regularly represent Canada internationally, including 3 world champions and several international medalists. Patrick has been the provincial rowing coach since 2011, and over the past 14 years, he has done so much to help rowing grow and be integrated into the culture and identity of the Dartmouth community. Patrick also coached Minister Martin in the Row to the Podium program, and I know she's grateful for that. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask members of this legislature to please join me in thanking Patrick Cody for his exceptional work with Row, Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make a quick introduction?
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the House's attention to the gallery opposite where we have Jay Fisher, who last night cut the ribbon on his new photography studio in Dartmouth North, and I would love to ask Jay to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Congratulations and welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the success and community impact of Capture It Photography, founded by Jay Fisher after moving to Nova Scotia in 2020 with his partner, Ashley Groves. What began as a small business in Jay's living room has grown into one of HRM's go-to headshot studios, serving clients of all backgrounds with a welcoming and empowering approach. Jay is known as the headshot photographer for people who hate having their photo taken, making professional photography accessible and comfortable for all. His work supports not only individuals and businesses, but also community organizations and charitable causes. On February 25th, yesterday, Capture It Photography, alongside the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, celebrated the opening of its expanded studio in Burnside, a place that will also make much-needed creative space available for other photographers and artists. Capture It Photography is proudly Rainbow registered and a certified diversity supplier, reinforcing its commitment to inclusion. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Jay and Capture It Photography on this exciting milestone.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to rise to recognize the holy month of Ramadan as it is about to begin this evening, a sacred month of fasting, prayer, and reflection for Muslims in Nova Scotia and around the world. Ramadan is an opportunity to strengthen faith, build community, and support those in need. I want to add my voice to my colleagues in this House in marking the beginning of Ramadan and in wishing our province's Muslim community a month of meaningful reflection, connection, and unity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tomorrow marks the start of International Women's Month, so I rise to celebrate the remarkable achievements of women in Nova Scotia and reflect on the progress made towards gender equality. It's a time to remember the strength, resilience, and leadership of women who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. Here in Nova Scotia, PCs have been proud to support women and make history in the process. In 1960, Gladys Porter became the first woman elected to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. And in 1985, Maxine Cochrane, who represented the same riding that I do today, became the first female cabinet minister. In 2023, Carla McFarlane made history as the first female Speaker of the House. We have now chosen our second female Speaker. And in 2023, Twyla Gross became Nova Scotia's first female African Nova Scotia Cabinet Minister. Madam Speaker, these women remind us that representation matters. As we mark International Women's Month, let us honor their contributions and commit to building a more inclusive and equitable society.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today, I am thrilled to welcome my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law, Tom Broski and Michelle Riley. Would they please stand and accept the warm welcome from the House?
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Michelle Riley was born and raised in Shelburne, and in 2024, she established the Michelle Riley School of Music in Liverpool. Michelle's goal is to bring quality music education to rural Nova Scotia. She teaches music privately for all ages in piano and voice out of her main studio at her home in Milton and a satellite studio in Shelburne. She holds a Bachelor of Music from Mount Allison and a Master's of Music and Voice Performance from Western University. She has performed in over a dozen opera and musical theater productions across the country, including with the Halifax Summer Opera Festival. Michelle is committed to supporting musical expression throughout her community. She vocal coached Zeusical the Musical with the Astor Theatre Academy, performed in A Homeland Christmas, and in March, her students are performing for the residents of Queen Manor. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Michelle's contribution to music in Nova Scotia.
Before I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic, and it wasn't this member statement, but the member statement before, somebody had named a member by name, and I asked them to watch that and not do it. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the holy month of Ramadan, a time of fasting, reflection, and community observed by Muslims across Nova Scotia and around the world. Ramadan is a time of spiritual renewal, emphasizing compassion, gratitude, and generosity. Here in Nova Scotia, our Muslim community enriches our province in countless ways, contributing to our economy, culture, and social fabric. From local businesses to community organizations, from healthcare workers to educators. Their dedication strengthens our province every day. During this special month, Muslims across Nova Scotia come together in prayer, break their fast with family and friends, and give back through acts of kindness and charity. It's a time that highlights the values of unity, empathy, and resilience, values that benefit us all. To all those observing Ramadan, I extend my warmest wishes for a peaceful, meaningful, and blessed month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Speaker, I'm thrilled today to introduce this Sackville Craft Hockeyville Committee that are present with us in the gallery. I'll ask them to stand to be recognized. With us today are Chris Fraser, a.k.a. Coach Fraser, Kim Gray, Angela Gray, Robert Nurnberg, and Allison DeVoe.
Welcome to the host of the people. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Craft Hockeyville season has generated a torrent of activity in the Sackville area. This annual contest gives towns the opportunity to win $250,000 for arena upgrades and the chance to host an NHL preseason game. I rise to recognize the Lake District Recreation Association for encouraging this outpouring of enthusiasm in person and online, proving that without a doubt that Sackville is Craft Hockeyville. The team has proven its dedication to the community outside the rink too, especially by turning its attention to the support of a Sackville family which recently suffered a devastating tragedy. In late January, they raised over $6,000 for this family. Speaker, by so selflessly dedicating their energy and time to their hometown, these organizers have channeled Sackville's pride into real tangible benefits for our community. I rise today in hopes that all present will join me in recognizing the Craft Hockeyville Committee and the Lake District Recreation Association, and head online to cast a vote and support this bid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize the next member, the member of Sackville-Cobequid tried his hardest to wear the jersey today, but we're not allowed props, so I was mean and said no. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to extend congratulations to the members of the Amherst Curling Club, who are currently hosting the Nova Scotia Curling Association Women and Men's Masters Curling Championship. Play is underway now, with the championship game scheduled for 2 p.m. this Sunday, March the 2nd. The winners will go on to represent our province at the Canadian Masters Curling Championships in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario later this year. I would also like to wish good luck to the team from Amherst, who are competing in the men's section of the event. Skip Paul Hawks, third Robin Keith, second Tim Lawrence, and lead Jim Prince. The Amherst Curling Club has hosted many other provincial championships and competitive bonspiels, and feedback from visiting curlers is always positive. The ice is fantastic and the hospitality first class. That is clear recognition of the club's dedicated staff and volunteers who have a true passion for the game and for maintaining the club as an important part and fabric of our community. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating the Amherst Curling Club on hosting this important event and wish all the curlers good luck. Madam Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, maybe it's a vision, maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it is faith that you come across a soulmate for life. And just because you identify your person doesn't mean you can sustain the love and commitment. It takes a partnership and strength to beat all odds. Well, I am blessed to say I found that relationship and commitment on March 3rd, 1990. Madam Speaker, I want to express my deepest love and appreciation to my person, who has stood by me and my family, and together we defeated all challenges that were presented. Happy 35th wedding anniversary to the love of my life, Brian. I look forward to many more adventures together, and we go forward in life and eternity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today is Shannon Landowski and Carly Wernig from Urban Jars, and they have some friends with them, Jerry Wernig, Evie and Evan, and Maggie, Jane, and Dorothy.
Hello, welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I rise today to congratulate Urban Jars Halifax. Sisters Carly and Shannon have brought the innovative Urban Jars concept to the East Coast, offering Halifax residents a convenient, nutritious, and environmentally friendly meal solution. Their meal solution provides fresh, locally sourced nutrition in reusable mason jars, aligned perfectly with the growing demand for sustainable food options in our city. Their commitment to sustainability through zero waste practices and local ingredient sourcing provides convenient, customizable meals that stay fresh for up to a week. Their service particularly stands out for accommodating various dietary needs while maintaining high standards for quality, taste, and customer service. The numerous positive impacts on the local community because of Carly and Shannon's kindness and entrepreneurial spirit cannot be overstated. Here's to Urban Jars Halifax' continued growth and success in nourishing our city one jar at a time.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the U18A Cumberland Ramblers hockey team that I coached this season. Madam Speaker, I have coached some of these players since novice, and I can't think of a better group of kids to coach in what's probably going to be my last year of coaching. As we head into the end of our season, I want to rise and recognize all of them. Starting in nets, Madam Speaker, our goalie wanted his name put in the floor of the legislature, so we're going to do it here today, Austin Merman Murray. And the rest of the players, Carter Blankhorn, Evan Bird, Marcus Daltony, Ryan Rushton, Colton Hatchie, Nick Black, and the rest of the coaching staff with me who started coaching this year, Ty Ingram, Scott Clark, Phil Scott, Darren Rushton, and our manager, Tara Lee Terrace. Also, our graduating players that are going to see their last home game on this weekend for their final season of minor hockey, Tucker Legier, Braxton McCulley, Will Allen, Mackie Paris, Ben Scott, Austin Dickey, Lucas Clark, Logan Boudreau, and my oldest son, Bailey. I want to wish all these players the best of luck. They still have a lot to offer the sport of hockey, and I wish they continue dedicating their time to the Cumberland Minor Hockey Group. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Best of luck.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, I rise to recognize the volunteer fire departments in my community and their members who made the holiday special for so many children with visits from Santa. On December 14th, members of the Scotchtown Fire Department accompanied Santa around River Ryan, Lingan, and Scotchtown, meeting all the children. On December 15th, the New Waterford Fire Department members drove Santa through the town of New Waterford. On December 20th, Santa was escorted by the New Victoria Volunteer Fire Department to see all the kiddos living in New Victoria and Victoria Mines. On December 22nd, the South Bar Volunteer Fire Department took Santa on a tour of South Bar to greet the children living in the area. I want to thank all those who helped Santa on his very busy tour schedule. They truly did make Christmas holidays very special for all the kiddos in the riding of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize and thank the organizers of the annual Amherst Community Christmas Dinner. This event has been held for the last number of years and continues to grow in popularity. The original idea for the dinner was primarily to support the homeless and anyone who might be on their own at Christmas. But initially, they welcomed a small group. However, the dinner has very quickly become a big, huge event, and this past Christmas, they served 527 meals on Christmas Day. The community dinner is supported by a very long list of volunteers and donations from both private citizens and businesses. In addition to serving meals to those who stop by, they now offer a delivery service for those who are unable to attend in person or leave their home, and also ensure that any first responder who is working on Christmas Day receives a hot turkey dinner. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking all those in Cumberland who go above and beyond to bring a little Christmas joy to their friends and neighbours through the Amherst Community Christmas Dinner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the first time in 30 years, the Liverpool Regional High School Warriors boys basketball team has earned a spot at the Division II Provincial Tournament, which will be held in Brookfield this weekend. With the support and leadership of head coach Amanda Fisher, assistant coach Andy Dixon, and manager Lindsay Lowe, the 14-player roster placed third in the Western region with a recorded 21 wins. In addition to making it to provincials, this hard-working and talented team also captured first place in the Warrior Winter Classic for the second consecutive season. Madam Speaker, this group of young athletes exemplifies teamwork, sportsmanship, resilience, and community. Please join me in congratulating them on a very successful season so far and in wishing them a very successful provincial competition. Go Warriors!
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Africville in receiving the UNESCO designation as a place of history and memory linked to enslavement and the slave trade. The history of Africville demonstrates how the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade lives on and paved the way for the anti-black racism experienced by Africville residents. Even though they paid city taxes, they never had paved roads, running water, or sewers, and they were forcefully displaced from their homes in a dehumanizing way. Now their story, thanks to the UNESCO designation, will be known by all Canadians and the world. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my legacy in Africville for never giving up the fight and showing the world that the spirit of Africville will live on forever.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer my most sincere congratulations to Kathy Hinton on making history as Truro's first female mayor. This is a groundbreaking achievement and a proud moment for our entire community. Mayor Hinton's dedication, leadership, and vision has paved the way for change and inspired others to aim high. As she steps into this important role, we are confident that her passion for Truro and commitment to its growth and well-being will continue to drive progress for everyone. This milestone not only highlights Mayor Hinton's remarkable accomplishments, but also serves as a beacon of hope and empowerment for future generations. Wishing you great success as you lead Truro into an exciting new chapter. Congratulations, Mayor Hinton. The community is behind you every step of the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and the mercy and blessings of Allah be upon you. I'm deeply honored to mark the start of Ramadan. The holy month is observed by 2 million people worldwide, or 24% of the global population. It's time of reflection and spiritual growth, a time for neighbors and loved ones to gather and break bread together, a time for generosity and giving back to strengthen communities and fostering a sense of mutual support and care. Muslims around the world fast during Ramadan to fulfill one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Saum is the Arabic term for fasting, the third of the 5 pillars. The act of fasting, or abstaining from food and drink from dawn till dusk, is a way to cultivate discipline, empathy, and gratitude. Even those who aren't Muslim can participate in the spirit of Ramadan by practicing mindfulness, generosity, and self-discipline. I wish everyone a blessed and fulfilling Ramadan, Ramadan Kareem.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to give a truly heartfelt thank you to an incredible student and lifelong friend of both my mom and dad's, Billy McCluskey. The celebration of life for my dad, held on May 4th, 2024, was a dream come true for my family and I. It was the best day we could have ever asked for, and Billy moved the crowd to tears with the memories and stories he shared. He made us laugh, and he even threw in a few surprises in there for us, Madam Speaker, and one that was meant just for me. Madam Speaker, my mom and I knew that Billy needed to be a part of the celebration in a big way, not only because of his relationship with my dad, but because of his genuine kindness and love for our family. Billy, your words that day were beautiful and perfect. I'm so proud to have you on my team, and Billy, I know that the Premier is too. Billy, thank you for being the big brother my sisters and I needed when we truly needed a big brother to lean on. Billy, this one's for you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, I rise to recognize Simon Gillis. In December, Sydney Mazda celebrated Mazda legend Simon Gillis of Whitney Pier for continuing to give back to the community. Over the years, he has supported numerous causes and has been recognized both locally and nationally for his contributions. He began volunteering in the Each One Teach One program, Holy Redeemer Church, Whitney Pier's Interfaith Committee, Habitat for Humanity, the Whitney Pier Historical Society, and much more. In December, Mazda presented Simon with a $2,500 check for the impact of his decades of volunteering within the community. This amazing man has, in return, donated the money to local charities. He has donated to the Whitney Pier Historical Society, Whitney Pier Youth Club, Feed Nova Scotia, St. Michael's Polish Society in Whitney Pier, and many more. When asked why he donated all the money, he said, "Others need it more than I do." Speaker, please help me in thanking Simon for his generosity.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to recognize today Diana Whalen, a former colleague of many of us. She served between 2013 and 2017 with me, and then before that when she was first elected. And in 2000, she was elected as a Halifax City Councillor. Today, she's going to be recognized with the King Charles III Coronation Medal for her work as an elected official. And I want to recognize her work as not only an MLA, but a strong advocate for the Blue Mountain Birch Cove area, where she pushed for protection while being an MLA and getting Crown land protected. She campaigned for the adoption of a February holiday, which now exists because of her. She had legislation passed for the mandatory use of booster seats for children's safety, and she lobbied for the Canada Games Centre built in Clayton Park in 2011. Diana was the first woman to hold the position of Deputy Premier in Nova Scotia. She was also appointed as the Finance Minister and later as Justice Minister and Attorney General. She chaired Treasury Board and saw the introduction of that Heritage Day and brought in the Accessibility Act to Nova Scotia to make us fully accessible by 2030. I want to thank Diana for her work and congratulate her for getting the medal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to express my heartfelt appreciation for the guidance, mentorship, and unwavering support from Mark Parent. Mark served as the MLA for Kings North from 1999 to 2009, dedicating himself to public service in roles such as Minister of Environment and Labour. His leadership and integrity has left a lasting impact in our communities and on our province. After leaving office, Mark remained a steadfast supporter of the PC party. Mark was one of the strongest encouraging forces to put my name forward. And he stood by my nomination, and then he took me under his wing and led our team as my campaign manager. For those of you who know Mark, you know he brings with him a wealth of experience and an incredible work ethic. His encouragement, wisdom, and belief in our team pushed us forward through long days of door knocking, strategy sessions, and the challenges that come with a campaign. His mentorship was invaluable, and I'm grateful for his continued support. Speaker, please join me in thanking Mark Parent for his leadership, generosity, and his commitment to our province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize all the schools participating in the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute's African Nova Scotian History Challenges. Every year, students from across the province work really hard to create, imagine, and learn about pieces and create pieces related to African Nova Scotian history. The creations include artwork, stories, presentations, dioramas, and anything that can be created by our brilliant children's minds. The History Challenges recognizes the artists and creatives of our future. They will be the dreamers of our future generations. Madam Speaker, I want to give a shout out before I ask us to join, but I want to give a shout out to Madame North's class. My daughter's in that class, and I can't be there today to see the amazing piece that they've created. It's a huge mosaic of the continent of Africa, but I know that it's amazing, and I'd like to ask all members to help me in wishing all the students participating in the challenges the very best and celebrating DBDLI and the students for their Black excellence today and every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the recipients of the 2025 Design Award presented by the Municipality of East Hants. These awards celebrate excellence in design, innovation, and community impact. The Certificate of Excellence was awarded to Shea Investments Nova Scotia Limited for their outstanding contributions. Certificate of Merit was presented to Uniacke Lakes Animal Hospital, Bondi Developments, Sheepdog Developments, and the Walton and Area Development Association for their dedication to quality and sustainability. Additional, an honorable mention was given to Wingate Property Limited, Dr. Rena Cabada Dentistry, Maple Mead Limited, and the Lions Memorial Park Society for their commendable efforts. I ask all the members to join me in congratulating these winners on their well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, on February 22nd, 2025, my team and I participated in the first annual walk for the coldest night of the year in Antigonish. It is a fundraising event that brings people together to walk in support of people who face homelessness, hunger, and the difficulty of life on the streets during the coldest months of the year. The walk in Antigonish was in support of the Naomi Society. The Naomi Society is a vital organization dedicated to supporting women, children, and all genders in our community through trauma-informed community prevention, outreach, support, and advocacy. They provide services to those who have experienced domestic, family, intimate partner, and sexual violence in Antigonish and Guysborough counties. Funds raised will go to creating a new facility for women and children fleeing violence, including the development of second-stage housing units. The event raised close to $60,000. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to thank all of the organizers, staff at the Naomi Society, volunteers, and those who participated in this important community event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to recognize the passing of Deacon Roderick Rollins on September the 25th, 2024, at the age of 67. Deacon Rod served as a permanent deacon of the Archdiocese of Halifax-Yarmouth since 2015 and was part of the pastoral team at the Holy Trinity Parish since his ordination. He was also the CEO of Beacon House Food and Clothing Bank in Lower Sackville, which is where I first met him. Rod's sense of humor will never be forgotten, along with his love of cats and playing his guitar. He was a fountain of knowledge and a great storyteller whose genuine kindness, tender love and care for others, and commitment to the community will forever will never be forgotten. Left to mourn his sudden passing with loving memories are his devoted wife of 45 years, Leslie Ann, his children, grandchildren, and a large circle of extended family members, colleagues, and friends. Rod was an amazing human being who changed the lives of many people that he met. He will be deeply missed by all those who have had the privilege of knowing him. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I today recognize Fran Scott, the Recreation Director for the town of Lockport. Well known in the county, not only for her role as the rec director, Fran has a deep dedication to youth sports where she spent many years coaching basketball and softball. In her role as the rec director, Fran has secured numerous grants for our community, which has helped create a more active lifestyle for many residents. And due to her love of sports and the importance of inclusivity, she started the Special Olympic program in Shelburne County a number of years ago and spent many years there as a coach as well. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members, join me in thanking Fran for her ongoing support to the residents of Lockport and beyond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to thank Kevin and Brenda Goodlad for their outstanding contributions to the town of Middleton and the surrounding Annapolis community. Through their tireless efforts, they have provided critical support to those experiencing homelessness, offering compassion and assistance to some of our most vulnerable citizens. In addition, their work with Neighborhood Watch has helped strengthen community safety and foster a sense of security for residents. And Kevin rode shotgun with me on many days through the campaign. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Kevin and Brenda Goodlad for their dedication, their kindness, and commitment to making our community a better place for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud to recognize the Glace Bay High School Panthers, who continue to demonstrate that true champions shine both on and off the ice. The incredible team of young men recently delivered much-needed winter supplies, including hats and mittens, to several of our local schools and to the Glace Bay Food Bank, ensuring that all stay warm this season. Their generosity, team spirit, and leadership set a powerful example for young hockey players and other athletes. They are proving that being a part of a team is about more than just a game. It's about supporting the community. A skilled hockey organization, the Glace Bay High Panthers, continue to inspire both on and off the ice. These athletes are demonstrating that the winning spirit includes kindness, teamwork, compassion, and a commitment to the greater community. Congratulations, Team Panthers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madame President. Madam Speaker, this year marks an important milestone for the Acadian community of Clare, the 70th anniversary of the Festival Acadien de Clare. Founded in 1955, this festival is the oldest Acadian festival in the world and remains a flagship cultural event for southwestern Nova Scotia. Every summer, the Festival Acadien de Clare brings together thousands of visitors and proud Acadians to celebrate our culture, language, and traditions. Through music, dance, performances, and of course the great Tintamarre, this festival preserves a vibrant legacy and strengthens the sense of belonging for the entire community. Over the decades, many volunteers and organizers have helped make this event a must-see celebration. Festival Acadien de Clare is a living testament to the resilience and pride of Acadie, Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Speaker, I rise today to highlight the success of Jasmine Indaya and Elmira Jadal, the owners of Yarmouth's newest coffee shop, The Third Cup. Their journey to opening The Third Cup is a story of dedication, hard work, and unwavering focus on customer satisfaction. With experience in coffee shops ranging from the Philippines, Kuwait, Calgary, and here in Yarmouth, Jasmine took careful notes of what customers value in a coffee shop. Whether it was the menu, the food quality, or the layout and furniture, she paid careful attention to every detail that would create a comfortable, welcoming environment that keeps her customers coming back. When Jasmine opened the third cup, she applied this knowledge to create a space that truly resonates with our community. The response has been overwhelming, with the shop quickly becoming a favorite in Yarmouth, only 1 year after opening. Jasmine's success is a testament to her sharp business instincts and community commitment to quality. We are fortunate to have Jasmine leading the way and welcoming her to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize the Farmers Pantry, a locally owned small business in Richmond County. Jennifer Snowden, the owner and operator, has created a fair trade coffee shop that provides homemade treats and a cozy atmosphere for our local community. The pantry, as it is affectionately known around Richmond, is becoming a popular stop for locals and tourists alike. They regularly host local musicians, giving them a place to showcase their talent, including well-known artists such as Ashley McIsaac and Adam Baldwin, to name a few. The Farmers Pantry also gives back to our community, regularly hosting family skate parties at our local arena, as well as opening their doors and raising awareness for fundraisers in our community. Please join me in congratulating the Farmers Pantry for their delicious coffee, their commitment to local talent, and their continued support to the economic growth of our community in Richmond County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Megan McDaniel, a fundamental member of our communications team at the caucus office who happens to hail from Fall River. Megan has been supporting our caucus through the creation of many graphics and social media posts, digital materials, and video content, which highlights the important work that our government is doing. Last month, Megan celebrated her 1-year anniversary at the caucus office and was recently acclaimed as the new president of the Young PCs. Woohoo! Megan's passion for politics and supporting our MLAs is truly remarkable, and we are so happy that she is part of our team that's making it happen for Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to please join me as we congratulate Megan on the work anniversary and on her new volunteer role. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, this July, the Mara Gala will celebrate its 50th year. Originally a one-day event in 1975, the Mara Gala has since evolved into a 10-day community festival, celebrating the residents, organizations, and businesses of Marion Bridge and surrounding areas. The Mara Gala showcases the very best of community spirit and is the main event of the summer in the constituency. It includes the Canada Day breakfast and parade, the boat parade, fireworks, drawing crowds from all over Cape Breton. There were several years the Mara Gala was in decline, but thanks to dedicated community council members and community involvement, the Gala has experienced a resurgence. I would like to thank the volunteers and organizations involved and hope the 2025 Mara Gala will be the best yet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, it is my honour to stand today and recognize Fred Al-Haddad, a well-known business person in Pictou Centre. Fred's birth country is Lebanon. As a young man, he worked with the Lebanese government's Ministry of Interior in multiple business roles. At the same time, he's managing more than 250 employees for a security firm. Fred and family moved to Canada in 2005. In 2009, he became involved in the real estate business. In 2017, an opportunity came to purchase a restaurant. Fred opened the Maple Cedar restaurant serving Canadian Lebanese cuisine. At the same time, 2 newcomer families struggled to find jobs, so Fred offered employment at the restaurant. 2 years later, Fred sold the restaurant to those families who have since purchased houses and are loving life in Pictou Centre. In November 2022, Fred and family purchased Blinkhorn Real Estate Limited, a very successful real estate firm in the town of Stellarton. Fred became the broker owner, and the team at Blinkhorn grew from 7 to 11 realtors. Madam Speaker, I ask we all take a moment to recognize Fred Al-Haddad and his entrepreneurial contributions to Pictou Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. After this, okay. The time is now 10 o'clock. We will finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians were clear about their priorities in the last election. Homes they can afford, attachment to primary care, and relief from the high cost of living. But this government has put forward a very different legislative agenda. Nova Scotians are voicing their concerns about this government's plan to remove the bans on uranium mining and fracking with no warning, no consultation, and no debate. Why didn't this government tell Nova Scotians about their plan to drop these bans at any point during the election?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, Nova Scotians, they had a chance to have their say on how they wanted to be governed and who they wanted to govern them, and I think they spoke pretty loud and pretty clear about their thoughts on the job we did in our first mandate. A mandate where we attached almost 100,000 people to primary care. A mandate where we delivered more doctors, more nurses, more homes are being built in this province. We know that at this point in time, we need to really focus on and understand how we can provide the services that we need to provide to Nova Scotians. That means growing the economy. That means focusing on natural resources.
Before I recognize you, I now understand why the member of Dartmouth North, just to remind people that the clock's on the TV. I was going to say thank you. Oh, I recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet, nothing in the last term of this government or in the campaign was said about this policy, which can impact Nova Scotians' health, their environment, and yes, their economy in a variety of ways. The Premier didn't campaign on this and didn't explain that they would vilify anyone who stands in the way of their agenda. Media, public servants, the Auditor General, the Privacy Commissioner, and all those currently labeled special interest groups. As the upswell of opposition to removing these bans rises, will the Premier level with Nova Scotians and let us know, is anyone who opposes government policy now a special interest group?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I think Nova Scotians, they saw what we did in governments, and they said, do more. Keep going, Madam Speaker. We've shown that we work with Nova Scotians. We've shown that we listen to Nova Scotians, and we know that there is an absolute opportunity for this province. We can change the economy of this province for generations to come. And day after day after day, the opposition will stand in this chamber and say, you should spend on this, you should invest in that. Why aren't you doing this? Do more. Do more. Well, the only way we can deliver on all those things, because of course we want to, do more for Nova Scotians. The only way we can actually do it is when we handle the economy and grow the economy, and we will do that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's great to hear finally a word about economic development, but this government didn't campaign on mining, uranium, or fracking. But these policies have consequences for people in our province. Nova Scotians are worried about the potential impacts on their drinking water, on their property rights, and they're frustrated that this policy has been sprung on them. Protests are being organized by Nova Scotians who are fed up with the secrecy and impunity that they are seeing from this government. And so again, I want to ask the question, who are the special interest groups that the Premier is referring to?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we just urge all Nova Scotians to get on board with moving the province forward. That's what we want to do. That's what Nova Scotians want us to do. And Nova Scotians know that they can count on us to do what's right. And if we get it wrong, we'll fix it. But what they also know, Madam Speaker, is a little bit of history. The NDP, in their one time in government, they broke every promise they made. They promised no new taxes. They increased the HST. They promised better services. What did they do, Madam Speaker? They cut health care. They cut education, Madam Speaker. They failed to invest a single dollar in affordable housing. We won't do that, no, Madam Speaker. We're here for Nova Scotians. We're going to move this province forward, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alberta has announced that its $5.2 billion deficit could soar to $8.7 billion under a worst-case tariff scenario, and we are at risk of seeing similar consequences here in Nova Scotia. Our export-dependent industries like tire manufacturing, forestry, and fishing could be hit hard by these tariffs, putting jobs and communities at risk. My question to the Premier, with Nova Scotia's economy so vulnerable to these kinds of external shocks, what's the government's worst-case scenario for a deficit if this happens? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, nobody knows what's going to happen. It's changing very quick what the president decides on the Trump taxes. We don't know. But we know that if they're implemented, there'll be an impact on Nova Scotians, on Canadians, on Americans, and it'll be a negative impact on every single one of them. So as as Canadians and the Team Canada approach, we're focused on making sure that the president and people close to him understand that this will be negative for Americans, negative for North America. We're still pushing for a no tariff approach, but of course we're planning for other scenarios. That's why we're focused on interprovincial trade, removing those barriers. That's a really good thing, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to push forward on that. But it's also why we need to develop our natural resources to make sure our economy is strong.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the past several years, the government has spent over $1 billion in overspending annually, impacting our financial position to absorb any economic shock. Given these circumstances, does the government believe that only $200 million contingency fund it is set aside is truly enough to cover all the possible scenarios? And will he ensure his departments not overspend on matters that are not related to the tariff situation?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, and I believe if you look at our track record, we tabled deficit budgets what you think is going to happen, but at the end of each of those years, we recorded a small surplus, Madam Speaker. And what the opposition members refer as overspending or additional appropriations, you know what they are, Madam Speaker? They're investments in Nova Scotians, every single dollar. Do you know why we had to make those additional investments in Nova Scotians? I can tell you, Madam Speaker, because after two terms of the Liberals, they didn't invest in healthcare. They didn't invest in education. We had to catch up, Madam Speaker. We're proud we were able to. Before them, we know the NDP cut education and cut healthcare.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about an important investment. Member organizations of the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia provide life-saving services to Nova Scotians experiencing violence and abuse. Despite a meeting with the Premier last month, these organizations have received no assurance that their funding will continue at the end of the current fiscal year, which is just 1 month away. This is a budget session, Madam Speaker. Why is this government creating doubt about continued funding for member organizations of the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for responsible for youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we agree on something. The transition houses are an incredibly important and valued part of our service provider organizations. We value the life-saving work that they do. Transition houses provide shelter, security, food, and support at a time when it is needed most. This is a regular part of the budgeting process, and we will have more to say very soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect, the budgeting process takes place months before that budget is tabled in the House. There is no excuse for this uncertainty, and this uncertainty is not new. We've heard time and time again that organizations specialized in responding to and preventing gender-based violence are stuck in endless cycles of funding applications, never knowing how much support or how many services they can offer next year or even next month. Madam Speaker, why does this government believe that patchwork funding is an appropriate response to our province's epidemic of intimate partner violence?
I recognize the minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. This government does not support patchwork funding. In fact, we supported a historic investment in the 2024-2025 budget. That was the biggest infusion for operating costs to transition houses in over 2 decades. Goes into the Status of Women budget, which is $26.8 million, but an even bigger cross-governmental support of $103 million to support this work. We know there's more work to be done, and it doesn't simply, boil down to a singular budget line item. It's far more complex and much bigger than that. It's a cross-governmental approach, and we hope that the opposition can get on board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, when we saw that Nova Scotia's dashboard was updated yesterday to reflect new primary health care data, our excitement was quickly replaced with disbelief. The more than 100,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor have been waiting months or years for updated data on the need of family practice registry. But this was not there. In fact, there was no data on the registry longer relating to the wait times, to the registry, excuse me. Can the minister tell us why the data on the need of family practice registry has been erased from the dashboard, please?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the information for Need a Family Practice Registry has been coming out regularly from Nova Scotia Health over the last number of months, and it's part of the validation effort. There's a number of things that are happening. We see that there's a steady and consistent decline in the number of people who are on the Need a Family Practice Registry. That's a result of the incredible work that's happening across this province, recruiting and training new healthcare providers to provide primary care. So there's no need to worry. Those numbers will be out shortly, and I'm very confident that we'll continue to see that they will continue to drop as a result of the investment and the work that's happening across the province. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians remain worried about access to a family doctor or emergency service, particularly in rural areas. They deserve to know if and when progress on healthcare is being made in this province, especially again related to rural healthcare. In the last week, the government has declared it has a plan to do away with the annual accountability on emergency departments and has allowed the public data on need of family practice to be erased. If the government is truly moving the needle in healthcare, why not post and celebrate it? Why not post it and make it transparent?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We're celebrating. We just can't get the opposition to come to the party. That's the problem. We are celebrating. There is a lot to talk about in this province about healthcare, and I certainly know the member opposite has so many years' experience. He must admit that for the first time in his career, there has been monumental investment in healthcare, listening to healthcare workers, changing the way we're doing things, modernizing our healthcare system. I mean, we are open for a party, so come on over here, celebrate with us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, the Cape Breton Family Place Resource Centre has seen an increase in the number of families reaching out for help, covering the costs of all basic necessities. The stopgap measures in the budget this government tabled are not going to fix the problems the Resource Centre is seeing because they are not addressing the root causes of the problem in Cape Breton. Can the Minister of Finance explain why this government is using Band-Aid solutions instead of long-term strategies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Madam Speaker, we have introduced a historic budget which includes a $500 million tax break for Nova Scotians for Cape Breton. It's $1,000 per family. I'll remind the member that when her government was in power previously, they increased HST by 2%. We're decreasing it by 1%. I'll remind the member that the opposition voted against our school lunch program last year, and I'll ask them to vote for it this year. I'll remind the member they voted against indexing the income assistance for people on income assistance. So I'll ask the member to support all the great initiatives that we are doing.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I didn't hear a comprehensive strategy in the minister's response, and a 1% HST is not going to help the pocketbooks of those in Cape Breton. If folks, no, they could, Madam Speaker, the opposition can laugh, or the government side can laugh all they want, but in reality, only high-cost items are going to really see a difference. And if folks could work themselves into a position of economic security, they would. The reality is the unemployment rate in Cape Breton is double the provincial rate. My question is, why is the government neglecting to address the several root causes that are preventing Cape Bretoners from getting ahead?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury Board.
So, Madam Speaker, I would disagree. I think we do have a plan. We do have a plan to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians, for Cape Bretoners. We are working hard in Cape Breton. We are investing in many different types of things, affordable housing in Cape Breton, rebuilding the affordable housing we do have there. We're investing in a medical school. We're investing in a hospital. We're investing in infrastructure in Cape Breton. So we are investing in many different ways, and I hope the member will support our budget.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Twice here in the legislature, I've tabled a new Nova Scotia health policy that the staff are referring to as auto pull or dump and dash policy, where patients are to be removed from the emergency department within 12 hours and can be placed in non-traditional bed areas. There was no consultation with physicians. There was no consultation with nurses at either Colchester or Cumberland hospitals, and we are told that they are being the pilot sites for this policy to be rolled out throughout the entire province. There's a general feeling of by staff that this is very, very unsafe for the patients. I'm wondering if the minister can let us know if she's had a chance to review this policy I've tabled twice.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the overcapacity that we see in the hospital really does require us to look at things in a different way. There's been a lot of consultation actually with clinicians in order to support how we best move patients through the system. Usually, the emergency department handles all of the overcapacity, which puts people in a very difficult position. So based on clinical assessment, people are moved into inpatient areas, and their clinical acuity is looked at, and there are times that people do have to, we are in an overcapacity situation. We are doing a number of things. There's C3, Safe4F, mobility teams. We're investing in seniors in long-term care, community care, staffing. We are under-bedded in this province as a result of no investment in healthcare over the years, and this is the position we find ourselves in.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I encourage the minister to talk to physicians and nurses on the front line, not physicians that might be working here in Halifax in an office. The clinicians working on the front line have clearly stated this is not safe. They do not feel they can provide safe clinical care to their patients in areas where there's no equipment, often not even an electrical outlet. The fact that this is now becoming an actual policy is very scary, Madam Speaker, that this is what's happening. I'm wondering if the Minister of Health can let us know does she believe this will pass accreditation standards for our hospitals?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as I said in the first part of my answer, it really is important that we look at supporting people to move through the system in a timely fashion. And if there are people who have to be looked after, in non-traditional care areas, the clinical acuity of those individuals is looked after. We understand it's not ideal. We have invested. But to suggest that we would not admit sick patients to hospital because they are in an overcapacity situation is not responsible. We need to make sure that people who need to be in hospital are there. Our teams are very, very credible. They're excellent clinicians. We appreciate right now we're in respiratory season. Our whole system is over capacity. Those policies are put in place to support staff and support patients.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. This sitting has been marked by moves from this government that seek to limit transparency and suppress information. They've deleted the family practice waitlist dashboard. They've dismantled the nonpartisan public communications arm of government. And there's legislation before this House that seeks to be able to pick and choose which freedom of information requests get answered. How does this government square its commitment to transparency while it's taking so many steps to limit public information during the sitting?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Madam Speaker, we are committed to accountability. We are committed to transparency. Madam Speaker, we value the institutions that establish and support those in Nova Scotia. We value the Auditor General. We value the Privacy Officer. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on us to make improvements to these systems, and we do that through the legislative process, Madam Speaker, by tabling amendments, by debating in the House, by receiving feedback from the public, and making adjustments where necessary. Madam Speaker, that's the process we've followed. We have demonstrated that we listen to Nova Scotians, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
And yet, Speaker, despite the haze and the preset talking points we hear over and over again, Nova Scotians know what's up, and they are not assured. Thanks to public outcry, this government has rightly changed course in its plan to strip the Auditor General's powers. And after more outcry, we've since learned that it might change its plans to restrict freedom of information requests. My question is, why doesn't this government consult with Nova Scotians before making controversial changes that the public did not ask for or vote for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Madam Speaker, we seem to be in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Madam Speaker, when we go fast, we're criticized for going fast and not and told to slow down by the opposition. But Madam Speaker, when we take our time, they tell us go, go, go. Madam Speaker, there are all sorts of examples of the ways in which we continuously connect with Nova Scotians and seek consultation and move forward. Sometimes it goes quickly, sometimes it goes slowly, but Madam Speaker, regardless of how we approach it, we value and need the input of Nova Scotians. We will take it, we will continue to listen, and we will move this province forward. Thank you, Madam
Speaker. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
I love that, the government is cheering on valuing and needing Nova Scotians. Yet, first, this government introduces legislation to make it easier to fire senior public servants without cause. Then, the budget shows a net loss of 159 full-time positions in the public service. We need those folks. Now, we find out that in bargaining with the unionized members of the public service, this government is trying to strip away the job security of those Nova Scotians. So keep cheering, keep cheering. My question is, why is this government threatening the job security for literally thousands of Nova Scotians working all over this province? Cheer for that. Show me. Show me something.
Order. Little aggressive. Will the member stand and please let me, the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why is this government...
No. May I ask who your question was? Which minister?
My question is to the Public Service Commission.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. The government is not stripping the Public Service Commission. The government did not decrease the Public Service Commission by 159 positions. As I noted yesterday, those positions were through positions that were already empty and not filled, and also through attrition. With regards to the public service, the whole idea is to provide flexibility. We need to be able to put resources where they are needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And not filling is a loss of jobs. It says so in your budget. So cutting the public service in the government's budget, excuse me. Cutting the public service doesn't get us more doctors. Cutting the public service doesn't build more homes people can afford. Cutting the public service doesn't make life more affordable. So funny enough, it also did not come up in any of the unnecessary snap election information that was called a few short months ago. So my question to the minister is, when will this government be transparent with Nova Scotians about its plan for the public service?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Number one, cutting whatever is terms of more doctors. Doctors are not through the Public Service Commission. They are through the Health Authority. With regards to, it's just building a more flexibility is important. Flexibility is important. We want to be able to put those resources where they are needed as we build up Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health. The rate of suicide in our province remains heartbreakingly high. Progress to date on wait times for mental health care has not been consistent. We've seen wait times actually increase in some areas like Guysborough. And there remain delays for hundreds and thousands of children's assessments. Little progress has been made on the implementation of the inclusive education policy. Can the minister tell Nova Scotians how those with serious mental illness are being supported in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the important question. So Nova Scotia is working hard with the federal government in being part of the National Suicide Prevention and Reduction Framework that just launched in 2024. We always meet our crisis and urgent care wait times in the province of Nova Scotia. So there's always help if someone needs help in a crisis situation. There's also a 3-digit crisis, 988, which is a really important resource for folks to reach out to when they need help. I just think it's important to spread accurate information that there's always help for someone that's in crisis or needs help urgently. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
We need more mental health clinicians with specialized training and expertise to address the increasing number of high-risk and complex cases that are in our province. For 10 years, the Nova Scotia Board of Examiners of Psychology, Mount St. Vincent University, and Acadia have proposed the need for doctoral of psychology programs in Nova Scotia to provide the clinical training necessary and to meet the needs of complex clients. I've tabled that. Will the minister commit to working with his colleagues in advanced education and health and wellness to advance this proposal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the important question. So certainly since we've come into government, we've launched a number of new and innovative programs. If you look at the Centre for Psychological Health at Dalhousie, the new Bachelor of Social Work at Cape Breton University. When I started this job, we had 4 psychiatrists, and each student's only going to have a full complement for the first time in over 15 years. Conversations are certainly underway with my colleague in advanced education and that specific proposal. We're always looking at ways to increase capacity in the system, and the post-secondary institutions are certainly a valuable part of that conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health.
People with Down syndrome are incredible people living in our province doing exceptional things. And as a province, over time, we've become more inclusive and have support specifically for people with Down syndrome. But when you look at the prenatal information on the Health Authority website, there is no information for families who receive a positive prenatal test for Down syndrome. So the concern here is there is a lack of resources available for families to make choices. Is the minister aware of the current protocol for families who receive a positive screen test for Down syndrome in Nova Scotia? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for taking the question to the floor of the legislature. We had an opportunity to speak briefly about it yesterday, so I am not entirely sure of what the protocol is, but I do appreciate the point, so I am committed to working with IWK and making sure that from that place of excellence, we look at what are the current protocols, how can we best support families who learn that they have a child with Downs on the way, and also the supports that are in place to make sure that people who live with Down syndrome have the most resources that way they can for a great start. So I will commit to meeting with IWK and understanding how we can move some of the things that were tabled earlier forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the answer. My understanding is there is no protocol. Advocates are looking for consistency of information so that every family has access to the same up-to-date information on Down syndrome so families can make an informed choice and not have to rely on Google. On the Nova Scotia Health website under prenatal screening, it says, quote, some questions to ask yourself could be, would you want to continue with pregnancy? Without offering any additional links on information around chromosomal difference, specifically Down syndrome and what that even means. Will the minister mandate that all appropriate information on what the diagnosis means and what the resources are provided are made available to all Nova Scotians? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly the commitment that I have is that I'll work with IWK and others, people in pediatric specialties throughout the province to understand the best path forward. I think there is a lot of opportunity to make this space, make this education better. I think through continuous medical education programs, etc. Also, I want to be clear on who the staff are that are working in some of these clinics, which professional skill set, etc. So I absolutely will commit to looking into it further and understand how we can better serve people who have an unexpected diagnosis, not just of Down syndrome, but other issues that come up prenatally. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sad news yesterday when workers in Lockport were notified by their employer, Clearwater Seafoods, that their jobs were being terminated. The reason that Clearwater gave these workers their termination was, and I quote, Clearwater has made a strategic decision to exit the lobster business. Does the minister agree that for a small town like Lockport, these job losses are devastating?
Sorry. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. Anytime there's job loss in the province, it's a hard day for Nova Scotia, especially with the announcement of Lockport yesterday. I want them to know, to the employees in particular, we're here to help. We've already contacted the employers. We can get supports and a rapid response team in there to deal with the employees to help them transition into a new job force.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister. Nova Scotia exports $1 billion worth of lobster on an annual basis, with 60% of them going directly to the United States. With Trump's on-again, off-again tariffs, this will be devastating to the industry. Now it's time to work with the fishers and the sector leaders to put a concrete plan in place to ensure that no more jobs are lost. Can the minister offer assurances to the lobster industry with the threat of incoming tariffs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, seafood is our largest industry, $2.5 billion in exports. About half of that goes to the States. So protecting that industry is something that me and my department are very conscious of, which is why we've recently led a trade mission to Europe. We've led previous trade missions to Southeast Asia. It's also why we sent a letter to industry advising them how to connect with Invest Nova Scotia and learn how to export to new markets. It's on top of the fact that we've let Premier table the bill to break down interprovincial trade barriers. It's on top of the fact that we've invested $200 million in a contingency in this budget. It's on top of the fact that there's $200,000 extra in this budget for marketing in my department. So we're aware of the threat and we're taking strong action. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Manitoba has made history as the first province to sign the federal pharmacare agreement. Manitoba will now get $219 million over the next 4 years to cover medications like birth control. Madam Speaker, providing free birth control would save Nova Scotians money. It would help address the gender-based violence epidemic. We have reminded this government about this opportunity countless times, but we have yet to see any action. So why is Nova Scotia dragging its feet on signing this deal and giving Nova Scotians access to the medications they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'll answer the question that we are in active negotiations with the federal government regarding the deal. We need to make sure that this is a financially sustainable approach. We appreciate the opportunity that is before us, but we also have economic realities here that we need to ensure that if that money sunsets, and we expect that after 3 to 5 years it will, that we are going to have the capacity to continue to provide the same amount of coverage. So in order to do that, we need to look at how we look at the natural resources in this province, how we generate economic development, how we do all of these things that the opposition have had nothing good to say about since we started. So I'm very committed to looking at this deal, negotiating, but we need to look at the economic opportunities in this province.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the minister knows this, but reproductive health is an economic opportunity for Nova Scotians. It's all connected. Madam Speaker, Manitoba didn't wait for the federal money to come in. The province started covering birth control in the fall because it knew it was the right thing to do and it was economically sound. We are telling the government that there is money for them on. We are telling the government that there is money for them on the table right now, and every day they delay, Nova Scotians are forced to spend more of their own money to cover this medication. So my question is, will the government ensure that Nova Scotians will have access to the medications they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, there are a number of ways that people can access birth control through this province, and we've talked about them before. Certainly, if there is a financial barrier through opportunities in social development, people have access to birth control. We have family pharmacare. Some people have private insurance. All of these different ways to support people who require birth control. We are actively negotiating with the federal government. We cannot rush this negotiation. We cannot get a bad deal for Nova Scotians. We've seen that in the past with other deals when they've been rushed. So we need to take our time. We need to ensure that we're doing the right things, that there is economic stability moving forward when and if that money sunsets, which we expect it will. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the out-of-pocket costs for individual diabetes in this province is high and inconsistent and contradicts the spirit of universal health care. As a percentage of income out of pocket, diabetes costs represent between 1% and 9%, with higher earning households better able to absorb these costs. I tabled the document supporting this. Given this heavy burden of diabetes in our population, what is the minister advocating for diabetes care in the universal pharmacare negotiations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we certainly know that the financial burden associated with chronic disease is significant, particularly with people living with diabetes. That's why last year we covered the continuous glucose monitoring program. That's why we expanded the pump program, took the age cap off that, and continue to look at ways that we can support people living with diabetes. We're very proud of that program. There are a number of individuals now who are eligible for coverage that never were before. Similarly, we need to ensure that the things that are covered align in the federal program, align with our program, and we're leveraging every opportunity for Nova Scotians to get the care they need.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given what we know, the urgent need for contraception, diabetes medications, and I'd also suggest chronic mental health medications, when will this government reach a deal with the federal government on pharmacare?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
So the departments, as I've said on numerous occasions in the House, are under active negotiations, not only for this, but also for rare diseases as well. So we know that there is urgency around this because we do expect things to change in the federal government and the landscape, but we also have to do what's right for the financial and economic viability. I would never want to do anything that would jeopardize our ability to provide other services in this province. So we are going to continue to negotiate. We've had great conversations with the federal government about our concerns with what's on the table. There have been very willing partners. We'll continue to work with them and find a path forward. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Cumberland County has an aging population, also a very high rate of chronic disease. Cumberland Regional has no designated palliative care beds. As well, Cumberland County has no hospice. The Cumberland Hospice and Palliative Care Society has been committed to building a standalone hospice facility. They have a lot of money in the bank and they're ready to go. The Society is seeking endorsement for the project and a commitment to fund operations once the facility is constructed. Despite persistence on their part, they've been unable to receive any kind of answer from Nova Scotia Health or Department of Health and Wellness. Can the minister let us know what is her position on the provision of hospice and palliative care in
Order. I recognize the honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there are a number of proposals that are in front of the Department of Health and Nova Scotia Health now from a variety of communities across the province. We recognize that end-of-life care is essential care. We also know that hospice organizations do require some supportive funding. What I would suggest is that the individuals, the Hospice Society, continue to work with folks at Nova Scotia Health and Department of Health to better understand the needs. It is one thing to build a facility, but it is important that we understand the operational requirements, like staffing, like supplies, etc. So nothing's being held back. This is an important conversation, but it's to be had with Nova Scotia Health and the Department of Health and Wellness. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. So I'll let the Minister know that the Society's actually been requesting a meeting with the Department, with Nova Scotia Health, for a long time, and they're not getting any response. There's just silence on the other end. About 4 years ago, I had a meeting on their behalf with Nova Scotia Health and was told at that time that there is no money for operations. But despite that, this society is dedicated to ensuring that there is proper palliative care and hospice in our community. Of course, this would go a long way to helping address the capacity issues as well in our hospitals. Madam Speaker, will the minister commit to ensuring her department will have a meeting with Cumberland Hospice Society and identify and address the palliative care needs? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned before, there are a number of proposals that are in front of Department of Health and Nova Scotia Health. I'm not aware of that one particularly. I will have a look at it and I will find out the status of that, and certainly am interested in understanding how best to support palliative care and hospice services across the province, and will continue to do that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, today we heard this government double down on its belief that eliminating jobs upon the retirement of existing civil servants is somehow different from reducing the number of good-paying full-time jobs from Nova Scotians actively searching for work. To me, reducing the number of civil service jobs by 159 is taking away 159 jobs that would have otherwise been there. So, Madam Speaker, can the Minister of the Public Service explain why she disagrees with this basic logic?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. With regards to, again, these 159 positions that you keep, that's talked about in terms of the reduction of the Public Service Commission. Recognizing that our Public Service Commission, over 11,500 employees. We recognize that efficiencies have to happen. We've got to get more efficient, working more collaborative, and also putting those positions where they need to be. It's terms of flexibility. Those reductions, again,
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, it's been harder for folks across the province to meet their basic needs on a day-to-day basis. The cost of transportation, groceries, and housing are all rising, and now we know that Trump's tariffs are only going to make this worse. Nova Scotians are relying on members of the public service to help them through these tough times. So I'm curious, why is this government reducing jobs when the demand for government services is increasing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. As noted before, we are not reducing jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. In 2021, the government announced it would create a student housing strategy. This is welcome news, and consultations were completed with many key stakeholders, and everything seemed to be on track for the strategy to be released in the spring of 2023. Yet as of today, this strategy has not been released, and students, post-secondary institutions, and families have not received an updated timeline for this important guiding document. Can the Minister of Advanced Education please tell us where the student housing strategy is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
I want to thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, we have made historical investments in housing right across this province. We have great partners like our university and NSCC who have invested in students in this province. Madam Speaker, we see this as a top priority. Madam Speaker, it was in the last bilateral agreement. Our universities stepped up, NSCC stepped up to the challenge, and we're going to continue to work with them to make sure that all our students have a safe, affordable place to study.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, we know that the department rightly spent years working on the strategy, but students have waited years for it. Students want to know specifically, not as part of the larger budget picture, but what their government's doing to ensure that they'll have a safe and affordable place to live while they work to complete their degrees and certificates. They deserve to have the findings of this strategy. My question is, will the minister agree to release the student housing strategy?
I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education.
I want to thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, you don't have to go too far to see the investment in housing in this province. Just go to Sydney and see the student housing that's been built at NSCC. Madam Speaker, we know, we're working with our universities, we know that some of that student housing is empty. We're working with them to make sure that they're filled. We're working with them to make sure that we understand, they understand why those places are empty. And Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to work with them. We're about to sign a bilateral agreement which will emphasize our universities, but also the housing, Madam Speaker. I'm proud of the work that NSCC, I'm proud of the work of all of our universities, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to support them, and we'll continue to support our students.
We have 10 seconds left. 7, 6. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect. Order.
Will you pave the new
Order. Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for March 3rd be 3 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, the hours will be, what were the hours for March 3rd will be from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business, public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading, Bill 1?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. That's where you're supposed to say that. That's all right. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 1, an act respecting government, organization, and administration, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians have given us a strong second mandate, and with that comes a responsibility to take action decisively and to deliver for Nova Scotians, and we feel that responsibility, Madam Speaker. And as we start out our second mandate, I can't help but congratulate my friend and a friend in Nova Scotia, Premier Doug Ford, on his third majority mandate. It's absolutely incredible, Madam Speaker, 3 majority mandates, and I think the people of Ontario have spoke very clearly and very loudly on how they feel about their government, and we should all ascribe to that. But we've proven, I think in our first mandate, we've proven that we can work with anyone to get things done. And we know that working with anyone is exactly what's required right now, in this moment, in these times that we live in right now. So we feel the urgency and we feel the obligation to deliver for Nova Scotians. When faced with action or inaction, we will always choose action. And we know that when you choose action and you move fast, sometimes you don't get it exactly perfect. But I still think it's in the best interest of Nova Scotians to move. Inaction is not an option. Nova Scotians feel the urgency on the matters of the day, and as their government, we feel that too. So we'll move quickly. So, and when we move quickly, we know that sometimes you have to readjust the course a little bit. And certainly on this bill, on Bill 1, the Act respecting government, organization, and administration, we will be making amendments to this bill. We will also, in the course of this legislative session, make amendments to other bills, and Madam Speaker. And there will be some that say amending bills is a failure. There will be some that say any bill introduced at first reading should be the exact bill that's passed at third reading, that you should just go right through and it shouldn't be amended. I don't believe that, Madam Speaker. There will be others that say, oh, the government should have did more work before they put that, before they brought it to the House. They will say that the government should have been perfect.
on it. I don't believe that, Madam Speaker, and I don't think Nova Scotians believe that either. The only place where perfect is the standard is in this chamber, and is the standard that the opposition attempts to hold the government to, but Nova Scotians don't. But what Nova Scotians do expect is when you get something wrong, that you have the courage to fix it. And we will do that every single time. Because more than perfection, they demand action. And they're seeing that action from us. Because what's the alternative? The inaction that we've seen from prior governments on a number of significant files is why we are where we are. It's exactly why we are. We are where we are because governments didn't have the courage to tackle the issues of the day. Banning industries outright, it's just poor government policy. We're not into that type of thing. We're into action, Madam Speaker. We feel the obligation to act. And I feel that oftentimes we say that as a government with this collective amazing caucus we have from across the province of diverse backgrounds and perspectives, and we have a very deep caucus. And I think with that type of depth and insight and knowledge, we can move, we can make 99 decisions in the time that another group of people might make 5. But when you make 99 decisions in the time some other person might make 5, you don't get them all perfect. And that's okay too. We'll continue to acknowledge when we've been imperfect. That's the Blue Noser way, and that's what we'll continue to do. So we know when we get to this chamber, when we introduce a bill in this chamber, there is a process that the bill follows. And that process is actually designed to catch and correct imperfections. And it's not a bad thing. I believe in and respect that process. Of course, a bill would get introduced at first reading. Then there would be a second reading. Then we would go to what was traditionally the Law Amendments Committee. Then we'll go to Committee of the Whole, and then third reading. This is a process. And the process is there for a reason. And it's to make sure that what comes out at the end is the best possible legislation. So many times when a bill is introduced at first reading, it's called for second reading the very next day to start the process in real earnest. And that's perfectly fine. And sometimes it's even necessary. It's even necessary sometimes to move quickly. But it's exactly why when you look through the Hansard over the years, I know there's a lot of scholars of the Hansard in this room, but you'll often see at second reading, we'll wait and see what the public has to say. We'll wait and see, at the next stages because there's a process. And people are aware of that process. And historically, if you look back historically, amendments to bills, when they happen, which is rare, but it's not rare under us, and I hope it never is rare under us because it's part of the process that should be respected. But those amendments would be at the Committee of the Whole House. And sometimes it's obvious you need to make a change, and maybe you try to do a bit earlier. We tried to do that this session, make a change, but the opposition didn't want the change at that time. But when we know it's time to act, we act. And we'll continue to do that. So even though second reading is often the day after it's introduced at first reading, that's not the case for this bill. We've actually let this bill sit for, I don't know, it's almost a week now. And there's been plenty of discussion about this bill. There's been plenty written about this bill. Some of it's even been accurate, but there's certainly been some of it, that's written. There's been a lot of time to adjust this bill, and in fact, in the face of seeing all of the commentary, and in the face of talking to the Auditor General, the Commissioner on for FOIPOP and stuff, we knew it was time to act. So there will be changes to this. There will be changes to this bill around the Auditor General portions. We'll remove that. To have those discussions later with the Auditor General and the team there. There will be changes to the FOIPOP section. The reason that FOIPOP is in this bill to begin with it actually comes up out of suggestions that were made from that office initially. So we were being responsive to an ask of our government. And the record of this province, and certainly under our government, on responding to requests from the public is very good. It's the best in the country. Almost 80% are responded to within 30 days. And I mentioned the other day in the House, that, you know, there are other jurisdictions at 44%, 27%, in the like 60s, 70s, but we're the highest in the country. And we're the highest in the country in the face of an incredible increase in the volume of submissions. Over 35, it's up over 400% in the last few years. And I think the reason that the Commissioner's Office asked us to look at this, the reason it's in this bill, the reason they asked us to look at it is because they felt that they could do even better, we could, as a government, do even better if we would be more, let's say, reasonable and had some gates around the requests that can come in. And I know why they asked that. Because in 3,500 requests, it's something like 3 entities, we don't know who they are, like we never know, but 3 entities made almost 600 submissions. So think about that. Of the 3,500 total submissions, almost 600 came from just 3 entities. And the Commissioner's Office said, look, maybe you can put some controls around that. So that's what we're trying to do. When the rubber hit the road and the words were there, the office came back and said, thank you for moving on this, but we'd like you to make a few. So we'll make those too. So we know there'll be changes to the Auditor General's portion. We know there'll be changes to the FOIPOP portions of that. And I think, and the reasons we move so quickly on that is because it's my personal belief, and it's the belief of our government, that public policy that shakes the confidence of the public, it's not good policy. So even if it's well-intentioned, even if it's maybe right in some sense, if it causes the public tremendous concern, then you need to take a look at that. And that's what was happening with the Auditor General portion and the FOIPOP. So we'll address that. We will continue to listen. We will continue to respond and make the changes that are in the best interest of Nova Scotians. And I think history shows that we will do that. We did that when we had a majority government. We'll do it when we have a super majority government, because it's just who we are as people, as Nova Scotians. We want what's best for this province. So our commitment is we'll continue to listen, we'll continue to respond, and we'll let the process formally unfold and go through. And through that process, who knows, there could be more amendments. And some of them might make sense, and some of them might be reasonable, and we'll consider them. And the next time for that would be at the Public Engagement Committee. This was formerly called the Law Amendments Committee. I actually wanted to call it the Public Engagements Committee, but I think it's called the Public Bills Committee. This is a process where Nova Scotians can come and have their say to elected representatives on legislation before the House. It's unique to Nova Scotia. It doesn't happen anywhere else. But we are modernizing that process too. I don't believe it would be appropriate for an amendment. It was called the Law Amendments Committee. I don't know that a single bill was amended at that committee in the history, because it's not actually appropriate to amend that bill at that committee. It wouldn't be appropriate for 8 or 9 MLAs sitting around to amend a piece of legislation when across the hall there are 55 elected people who should have. But bringing ideas forward to that committee is really important. And if there's a member on that committee who says, I like that idea, then that member can bring it to this floor and everyone can discuss it. So this is an important part of the process, and we'll listen and we'll respond as appropriate. So what I would say is the other parts of this bill are all about, you know, being able to manage the government in a responsible way in the best interest of the taxpayers. So there's parts of this bill that amend the Executive Council Act and the Public Service Act to reflect government's updated view of the required structure of government, so we can structure government, so we can manage government to best respond to the interests and needs of Nova Scotians. So this bill does some of that, and this bill also speaks to the ability of government to organize the workforce and make sure that is pointed in the best possible way at that point in time, of the needs of the day, to service Nova Scotians. Everything has to go back to the Nova Scotians. We're all here to serve Nova Scotians. We have an incredible public service. They're dedicated and they're committed, and we want to make sure that they can have the tools that they need to do their job too. So that there's parts in there as well. Madam Speaker, this bill in Bill 1 includes provisions around updating members of this chamber, MLA compensation arrangements, so that will be in this bill. And we know that as we organize how MLAs are responsive to people through increased use and reliance on ministerial assistance to make sure we're moving projects forward. There's in the bill, it speaks to the recognition of that. There are a couple of amendments around the bill in defining what an outside member is to align with the other legislation. And there's some changes around to align the pay periods for ministerial assistants and leaders of recognized political parties with the rest of government. So it's all bringing it all together. There's a portion in this bill, Madam Speaker, that speaks to the Private Ways Act. This is an act that was put in place at the end of the 1800s. It's time to update that act. So Madam Speaker, I've also reached the conclusion, and it's incorporated in this bill, that the Fixed Election Act that we passed last time is not going to work. So we're taking that out. And someday along the line, some leader of the opposition will campaign on returning that, and maybe somebody will return it, and maybe it'll work at that point in time. But it doesn't work today. It doesn't work. The world is changing very fast, and I believe in the right of Nova Scotians to have their say, and I don't think that we should, 4 years in advance, determine when exactly that is. I think we should be responsive to what's happening in the world. And we did that, and Nova Scotians did respond, and I think that, for this point in time, we'll move forward with the traditions that had existed in this House for decades, decades and decades and decades before we made that attempt. So Madam Speaker, I think this is an important piece of legislation. There are other legislation before the House that speak to the economy very directly and speak to all kinds of ways we're going to support Nova Scotians through the FMA and the budget investments we'll make in Nova Scotians. This bill is around the organization and structure of government and the impacts of people impacted by it. So I think we'll continue to focus on that, and we'll move the process, this bill, through the process. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I would adjourn debate on Bill 1. Move to adjourn debate.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill
1. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay?
Nay.
The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business government motions?
Order of business, government motions.
Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole on Supply.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Today I rise to address the vital importance of the nonprofit sector in Nova Scotia, and to speak frankly about the critical challenge that they are facing, which is the persistent lack of adequate funding. This challenge is made even worse by the fact that they're increasingly being called upon to address the housing crisis that many Nova Scotians are facing, food insecurity, as well as supporting people in recovering from natural disasters. They're essential. They are the bedrock of support for community members living in poverty and providing essential services and advocating for system change. These organizations are stretched thin, far past their capacity, and they are severely strained. Their very existence is threatened by the chronic underfunding, even as they step up to address some of the biggest threats that Nova Scotians have faced and continue to face. They're crucially the driving force behind advocating for system change needed to address the root causes of these challenges. Having worked in the nonprofit sector, I am very aware of this issue and have seen the impact that this can have on such vital organizations. Many times we weren't sure if we would be able...
There's a lot of talk in the chamber. Please respect the person speaking. I recognize the member for Halifax, Clayton Park.
Thank you. So again, having worked in the nonprofits sector myself, I see that these organizations are the driving force behind advocating for system change and needed to address root causes for challenges. Again, things such as housing crisis and recovering from natural disasters. Many times we weren't sure if we would be able to proceed with certain programming because we weren't sure if the funding was going to continue or if one of us was going to have a job within a month. While some of these forms of funding are multi-year, many of them are one-year funding. And the multi-year funding, even then, has to be reapplied for, or reports must be submitted every year. And so even in the case where the funding is basically guaranteed for the following year, anyone who hasn't worked in nonprofit, I don't think realizes the strain, the enormous strain that having to reapply for funding is on organizations. Having a grant writer is a luxury for many organizations, and so it's somebody who's delivering frontline services that usually has to take time off from delivering those essential services to be able to reapply for funding. And so I'll talk about a few examples, particularly from my experience. So the first one being the Halifax Refugee Clinic. It's the only organization with the mandate of providing free legal and settlement support to refugee claimants in the province. And when 160 some refugee claimants were bused to Nova Scotia from Quebec, the Halifax Refugee Clinic was actually not called upon right away, which is really unfortunate. Because first of all, not only would that have provided them the opportunity to address that issue, because they're the only ones familiar with the issues that these people, that refugee claimants face, but it would have also given them the opportunity to show their value and be able to get more funding in the future. And so there was actually a little bit of an issue with trying to be the organization that provides services to these people when they were brought here. For the longest time, actually, the biggest funder for the Halifax Refugee Clinic, it could have changed, but it was the Law Association of Ontario. Which I thought was quite strange, but the fact was almost every other province, or every other province actually, their legal aid, like the provincial legal aid, provides immigration services, but the Nova Scotia legal aid is not able to do that as they don't have the appropriate lawyers on staff. And so rather than, again, it was a huge issue for the refugee clinic because they're the only ones providing that that service, and there had to be like a way that had to be figured out to like funnel funding through the Nova Scotia Legal Aid to the Halifax Refugee Clinic to be able to provide them with funding after a long time. I think 20 years of not having any funding for the legal supports from Nova Scotia. Now, for this one, I think a lot of the members in the chamber here probably have a family resource center in their riding. Family resource centers they're extreme, they're fundamental. And again, anybody who has one in their riding knows that everybody in the community, no matter what you need, you're gonna go to that resource center. If you need help filing your taxes, if you don't know how you're gonna pay your rent, if you need food, literally anything. Family resource centers do everything, and again, the funding that they receive, they do receive funding. I'm not going to say that they don't, but there is some issues with how that funding is I don't want to say dictated, but how it's used. In the contracts. My apologies. A really prominent example is last year when there was $2 million that came through the province to go to organizations around the province to address food insecurity. Family resource centers were not able to apply to that particular stream of funding that was going through United Way because they were advised that they already were receiving funding from the province to address food insecurity. However, the funding that they receive can only be used for households that are quote unquote a family, and so senior living alone or any a single person that needs support is not able to access that support through family resource centers. And so again, they're vital for so many communities. Lots of communities don't have other organizations that would have received that funding that didn't have the limitation on who it can be used for. They only would have the resource centers, and they couldn't get that additional support from the resource centers during that time. Another thing that I'd like to talk about, and I do look forward to being able to talk about this with the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, but it's the funding for the parenting journey, the home visits that goes to these organizations. The impact and the outcome of these programs, of this program, is huge. And the organizations realize that, and they love being able to provide the service, but there hasn't been an increase in that pot of funding, that particular program, in years. And there was some back and forth in the last 3 years about how it's a priority, and then it wasn't a priority, and then it was a priority, and then it wasn't. And I think now we're at the point where it's back to not being a priority. And so I do look forward to being able to discuss how we're going to be able to address this issue. Because the reality is that there are provincial government employees that provide those same services that are being funded for those organizations. But a lot of times too, because there's so many of these cases that need to be addressed, a lot of them are being referred to those family resource centers. And actually in the contract, as far as I understand, and again, I look forward to getting some clarification about this, in the contract, the funding that goes to the employees of the resource centers that do these home visits is about $15,000 less a year than what is being paid for the exact same position within the government. Again, I may be wrong, but this is what I understand from these organizations that I've spoken with for years. But I look forward to being able to discuss this further with the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development. Another thing I did hear, and this is a positive, is that the thriving families, the 1-year pilot that happened or is happening, they're very excited about that and are saying thank you. So again, we celebrate their dedication and their passion, their unwavering commitment to serving Nova Scotians, but is passion alone enough? Can we in good conscience continue to rely on their tireless efforts, but these tireless efforts are being put forward by underpaid staff and volunteers, while failing to provide financial resources that are desperately needed to address the core service delivery, the escalating housing crisis, the persistent challenges of poverty, the unpredictable demands of disaster relief? These organizations are not just service providers, they're, again, community builders, economic drivers, they are powerful advocates for system change. They foster a sense of belonging, creating spaces where Nova Scotians can connect, volunteer, build lasting relationships. They're significant employers in the province too, actually. There's thousands of organizations in the nonprofit sector that employ, I'm not going to throw a number, I'm out there because I don't know for sure, but it's a huge employer in the province, and yet they struggle to secure stable long-term funding and often are forced to rely on short-term grants or precarious fundraising efforts. Even as the demand for housing support skyrockets, the folks living in poverty they continue to suffer, and the need for disaster relief continues to rise with climate disasters looming at really any given point. We need to acknowledge that the current funding model is simply not sustainable, and these nonprofit organizations are being asked to shoulder an increased burden. A burden that now, again, includes having to respond to issues that could be addressed using just more stable funding. They bring lived experiences of the folks that they serve, of folks, again, living in poverty, and bring it to policymakers. And there's lots of great reports that are being released by nonprofits every single year. And I know sometimes it might seem like a little, report fatigue, we'll call it. Lots of stuff being released. But I do urge all the members to at least look at the reports being released by the family resource centers in their constituencies to see the impact that they're having and the need for more stable funding. And I urge, to look at not just stable funding for programming and for goods, whether it be food or what have you being given to folks of the community, but administrative funding, because there needs to be people on the other side to deliver those supports, and you need folks who are competent, folks who are just able to work in really high stress environments, and so you can't really rely on volunteers all the time to do that. Obviously, volunteers are amazing to have and they do amazing work, but there needs to be paid staff, and there needs to be funding provided for that to ensure that these services continue to be delivered. And so in closing, I just would urge the members to consider the unpredictability of the funding that these vital organizations get. And I truly look forward to discussing that further with the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Seeing no more speakers, the motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole on Supply will now come to order. It is now 11:32 a.m. The committee must rise and report to the House the business before the adjournment today, which is 5 p.m. today. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Natural Resources, Resolution E17?
Resolution E17, resolved that a sum not exceeding $112,138,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Natural Resources pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Natural Resources to make opening comments up to an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I start, I'd just like to recognize the staff that are here with me today in the gallery. Thank them for their support, but also with me on the floor here is Deputy Karen Gation and Finance Mike O'Brien. And also in the crowd today, my Ministerial Assistant, the member from Inverness. So thank you for being here, for your support today. Well, are we in the afternoon? No, still morning, so good morning. And I'm happy to be here to give an overview of our priorities in the Department of Natural Resources. We have had some tremendous opportunities in the resource sector. The world is demanding critical minerals from reliable, responsible sources. Nova Scotia can be that source. And our forestry sector is driving innovation to maintain healthy forests and create new products. These industries provide thousands of good-paying jobs around the province, mostly in rural communities. And our government wants to see them grow and thrive, because the economic activity is how we raise everyone up. It's how we pay for roads and hospitals and schools. It's how we make sure Nova Scotians can put food on the table and pay for the mortgage or rent and get the prosperous future they all deserve. I'm pleased to continue as the Minister of Natural Resources during this critical time for our province, where it has never been more important to develop our natural resources to unlock Nova Scotia's potential. The economic threat is real, but thankfully, Nova Scotia has an ability to navigate through these choppy waters. As much as there are things outside of our control, there are many within our control. We must become more self-reliant and mitigate the risks of outsized forces throwing us into an economic turmoil. Fortunately, we can be blessed with the countless opportunities. These opportunities exist today as untapped opportunities, primarily because governments before us lack the courage to act on them. The changing world demand that we must now convert the possibility into reality. In doing so, we can ensure that Nova Scotia is a generational economic success story. This, of course, starts with our traditional industries like mining and forestry. They will always be a critical part to our provincial economy. As the Department of Natural Resources, we must support them and help to grow them. As it becomes more and more obvious that Canada, as a country, has to be more in the energy and critical mineral sector, other jurisdictions would long for these opportunities. We are blessed with the demand of resources. The potential to grow our resource economy and create a more sustainable Nova Scotia is remarkable. And we must send the message that we can do resource projects and get shovels in the ground. If we capitalize on these opportunities, they will have generational impacts and could ultimately alleviate our reliance on the federal transfer payments. The jobs that come with these opportunities are the best solution to poverty. They will change the lives for those who work on these projects and the communities that surround them. Moving forward requires a new mindset. We must take the no out of Nova Scotia. Special interest groups have captured too many parts of our economy and have outsized voice in policy creation. That must end. Unleashing our full potential will require a government-wide focus, and our team here at Natural Resources will be leaders in taking a hold of those opportunities. With the Budget 25-26, we're setting our natural resources sector up for success. As you know, on December 12th, this department was restructured. The new Department of Energy was created to focus on making Nova Scotia a clean energy powerhouse. And my department returned to being the Department of Natural Resources. That gives me and my staff the opportunity to focus more deeply on the best ways to use these resources, like timber and critical minerals, to our advantage. Our estimated budget for natural resources, as it has been read, is just over $112 million. The estimates reflect a fairly clean shift of staff and budget from the former Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. Two full branches that focus on electricity and other energy development moved over from the bulk of the new energy development department. And we kept forestry and wildlife, geosciences and mines, land services and regional services at natural resources. The two departments share a deputy, and her FTE salary and budget are split 50-50 between the two departments. We also share policy and corporate services and communication staff with energy. Those FTE salaries and budget mostly show up in the natural resources estimates. And I want to thank Deputy Gation and all the staff for taking the restructuring in stride and completing it here so we could be at this budget session today. They are true professionals serving the best interest in Nova Scotians, and I'm glad to keep working with them. This team is in place to support growth in our resource sector, safely and responsibly. Mr. Chair, success in our resources sectors means success for our whole province. That's why we're lifting blanket bans, looking for ways to help the resource sector reach their full potential. We can do the mining and development and harvesting right here in Nova Scotia, safely and responsibly, and keep all the economic value here for Nova Scotians. Other parts of the world don't have robust environmental protections like we do here in Nova Scotia. Why would we ship good jobs away to other places when we can keep them right here? If we use our resources for made in Nova Scotia solutions, then we create a pathway to prosperity. That's the path we're choosing. We're at a moment in time when we have a chance to transform this future. For our children, grandchildren, we can create generational wealth for them. We can raise everyone up. We need to move on these opportunities now before we lose more people. It's the right thing to do for our friends and family, for our communities. It's the right thing to do for our economy and our province of Nova Scotia. Ultimately, we need a province where the future is brighter for more prosperous. That's what we owe to each other. We have tremendous assets under our feet. Critical minerals that are important for clean energy, food production, and healthcare, and more. You need lithium and graphite to make EV batteries. You need indium to make solar panels. And I'll mess up some of these minerals pronunciations, don't worry. You need copper for electricity transmission. You need uranium for medical isotopes and clean energy. We have those critical minerals right here in Nova Scotia. We have so much potential that Mitsubishi, Ford, and Volkswagen have shown interest to invest right here in our province because they want a long-term lithium supply for manufacturing electric vehicles, and they want it from a place where we'll do it sustainably and ethically. By tapping into our vast resource of critical minerals through our critical mineral strategy, Nova Scotia can play a central role in the global transition to a net zero 2050. And at the same time, we'll create more jobs and grow our economy. With opportunities for people who want to stay in Nova Scotia, opportunities for our rural communities, opportunities for the Mi'kmaq, and I know this industry is committed to a pathway forward. It is an incredibly important employer around the province, especially in rural Nova Scotia. This industry accounts for at least 2,500 jobs in the province, and they're very good paying jobs, most at $100,000 or more. We want to see that grow. And so there are many exciting things happening in this space, like battery materials from Nova Scotia Minerals and critical minerals for mine waste. This sector is one of our province's strongest connections to massive global markets. It will put us on the international stage. We want all the economic activity and benefits, for exploration to final projects, to happen right here in Nova Scotia. So we're continuing our annual investments through the Mineral Resource Development Fund. It provides about $1.5 million to help the sector with exploration, research, and more. We're also dedicating $500,000 in budget 25-26 to critical minerals. We'll use that money for geoscience to learn more about our critical minerals potential and inform development. It will support further work on critical mineral value chain opportunities and linkages. It will help us work collaboratively to support the development of projects, and it will help us produce materials to improve publicly and available information on critical minerals. All this work will help us advance our strategy and seize global opportunities, all for the benefit of Nova Scotia. We have a tremendous asset above the ground as well. Our government values our traditional industries, farming, fishing, and forestry. They've long been the backbone of our rural and coastal communities. And as much as the world changes, they are still vitally important to us. In fact, you could argue they're more important than ever. This sector brings nearly $2 billion a year into our economy all around the province. It employs people around this province, thousands of people spending their money in rural communities, boasting a rural economy, and there's lots of potential for new, good-paying jobs in this sector. There are challenges to be sure, including the threat of the U.S. tariffs. That's why we've our heightened focus on using our own natural resources and to our advantage. We've also added forest products to Nova Scotia Loyal. That will help Nova Scotians choose local products supporting our local sector. And we'll continue to assess options to support Nova Scotian businesses. This sector has shown determination and grit over the years. I have confidence it will seize every opportunity. While traditional forestry continues, opportunities in biofuels and mass timber are real. And when forestry thrives, Nova Scotia thrives. We also have a couple very exciting possibilities for the sector and for the province. One of them is the potential for a new mill. That process is ongoing. Domtar should have news about that shortly. We know a new mill would be a modern facility able to meet today's environmental standards. It could provide tremendous economic benefit. It would bring construction jobs and good-paying export-focused jobs for an ongoing operation. It would create a market for our low-grade wood fiber and chips, and the company would be paying for the fiber and paying taxes here in our province. A new pulp mill could be a reality, and we are waiting keenly for the report back from Domtar. It's not the only new opportunity. Simply Blue is also interested in making use of our low-quality wood and chips. They've seen the opportunity in our promising green hydrogen industries. There's more at play than just green hydrogen itself. It's also the derivatives. And that's where Simply Blue is investing. They're working on clean fuel for aviation and the marine sector. Those are some of the tougher sectors to make a transition to clean energy. And the company is aiming to make good use of low-grade wood fiber. So this is a great step in the right direction for clean energy, for green jobs, and for a green economy. And those are just a couple of the opportunities facing Nova Scotia. Another is aiming to make good use of low-grade wood fiber is Viterra. This project is co-located with Ledwidge Lumber in Enfield, one of Nova Scotia's larger sawmills. They're planning to use the byproducts of the sawmill to make biofuel for heat. There's potential for both domestic and export markets for this fuel. And again, that means good green jobs in rural communities. All of those are great examples of innovation in our modern and sophisticated forestry industry. We do it safely and responsibly, providing products that Nova Scotia use every day, along with good jobs and an economic benefit for communities all around the province. Our aim is to set the forestry industry up for success. That's why we set aside 10% of Crown land for high production forestry. This is the same idea as agriculture. You plant a crop of seedlings, let them grow, harvest them, then reset. We approved the first harvest proposals for high production sites last year, and more will be coming soon. The combination of high production sites plus the mixed-use zone where lighter touch practices are used give the industry access to enough timber for success, while still prioritizing biodiversity on 90% of our Crown land. The industry needs support to adjust to this approach, so we added $1.75 million in 23-24, and we plan to stay at that level this year and next, and then shift to a little over $800,000 in 27-28. So that's more than $6 million for this industry over 4 years. This money will fund research that supports a healthy forest and wildlife, as well as our work on species at risk. It will help with tree improvement. It will help with adaptive management. All of this support helps our forest industry continue its role as a supplier of quality timber products that we use every day, and also as a key contributor to our provincial economy, providing good jobs in rural communities all around the province. We've also invested heavily in the Fiona cleanup. We want to get the merchantable wood out of the forest into the market, and we also want to avoid a wildfire risk. So we invested in satellite and aerial imaging to pinpoint blowdown, and we provided $12.5 million to help with our cleanup on the ground. That made a good dent in it, and we're looking for more ways to do more. The sector did some of that cleanup work for private landowners as well, and I'm grateful for that. We were lucky to have quite a quiet wildfire season this past year. We certainly had hot, dry conditions. They could easily have been a lot bigger fires, but Nova Scotians have seen the devastation firsthand. They're far more aware of the risks now, and we believe they're being more careful. From campfires to industrial operations like forestry, people are checking and following the daily restrictions because nobody wants a repeat of 2023. And we appreciate everyone's cooperation on this. But we're not sitting idle. We're investing in more equipment and training, including replacing our 4 helicopter water bombers. You'll see about $14.2 million in the capital plan for that. And we will get half of that money back from the agreement with Natural Resources Canada. We're doing more work on prevention, and we're ready for the upcoming fire season. I know we'll have your continued cooperation and diligence because you have a lot at stake and because it's the right thing to do. I am pleased that some communities affected by the wildfires are among the first to receive seedlings from the 2 Billion Tree Initiative. We've committed to planting 21 million trees for Nova Scotia as part of this national effort. In 24-25, we invested $5.4 million in this work. It supports a healthy forest, green jobs to boost our rural economy. It also supports biodiversity and carbon capture. And it adds to the quality of life in the communities, with many of these trees going into parks and community beautification projects. The projects continue to roll out, and I look forward to seeing all of these seedlings grow. Some of those seedlings are being planted in our provincial parks. Since coming into office in 2021, we've added nearly 1,660 hectares to our provincial park system. That's 19 parks designated and 2 others expanded. Designation protects these sites for Nova Scotians to enjoy for generations to come. We're also pleased to be making some significant capital investments in our parks. We received $10.2 million through the capital plan in 23-24 and $11.8 in 24-25. For this upcoming fiscal year, we have $9.2 million for our parks. This is in addition to our annual capital budget of $2 million. We are investing those funds in a variety of projects. A couple of examples include the first mobility access cabin in Cape Chignecto Provincial Park. We're investing $300,000 this year for the project and other upgrades. Eventually, we'll build a road to it for further accessibility. We're finishing our improvements at Dollar Lake with about $1.6 million. That's for campsite and water upgrades, parking lots, a washroom, a lifeguard building, a concession area, and accessible access to the beach. We also have a joint project with the federal government to replace the bridge and raise and widen the causeway to Graves Island Provincial Park. We have $1.6 million in our 25-26 budget for the project, with the federal government providing another $1 million. These are important investments to give our visitors a safe, enjoyable experience. That's for both Nova Scotians and the visitors from the province, out of province, who add to our tourism industry and our provincial economy. Mr. Chair, we're managing Nova Scotia's natural resources in a sustainable way and building a healthier, sustainable resource economy. If a good company wants to invest in Nova Scotia, then we want to hear from you. If you're a good corporate citizen, if you're bringing good paying jobs, then we want to work with you. We're doing our part to build our province so that all Nova Scotians can live in a vibrant, healthy, sustainable community and have the best chance to achieving their full potential. Budget 25-26 is keeping us on the path for a successful, sustainable growth. And with that, I'll end my remarks and look forward to questions.
As we are all aware, at this point, opposition caucuses take turns asking questions up to an hour. During the hour time for each caucus, members of the caucus can take turns asking questions. Only the minister, however, is able to answer the question. Going to the opposition now, I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the minister and staff for being here today. So I want to walk through, well, I have a number of questions and some things to walk through. And I guess I really wanted to state my intention up front that really what I want to do is understand what is the economic argument for what's being proposed and what we know now and how long it's going to take for us to get to know more. So it's really the background towards a lot of the questions I'm going to ask. I am going to start by asking, though, we went through a provincial election. We had lots of time to raise various issues to constituents and in the media, and yet the Premier did not make natural resource development a cornerstone of the election campaign. And, and I think, I've been calling for economic development, like thinking and strategy for Nova Scotia in this time period since 2021 very consistently. So happy to be talking about economic development. But we really didn't hear about lifting the ban on uranium, ending the moratorium on fracking, and also the increased exploration of critical minerals. So can the minister talk about why the consultation process wasn't more public before we started discussing this, before the letter was sent out? Was it planned this way? When was the minister aware that uranium, fracking, and critical minerals would be part of the work of this government this term?
I recognize, maybe I don't yet. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. We announced our critical mineral strategy in March of 2020 or 2024. Get all the years all together here now. But last March, it was announced, and we put our critical minerals out there. I believe, without looking in the book, I think it was 16 critical minerals were on that list. And we were very, very open in that critical mineral strategy about how conversations would take place. For example, with the Mi'kmaq, there were 6 pillars in that strategy that we released. And when we released it, we were very clear that we were looking at this as an economic option, an opportunity for the province, and we were going to move forward on it. And when we see what's going on south of our border and needing that renewable energy, we knew that we had lithium, we knew we had uranium. Uranium was one of the minerals that was on the Canada's list, but it couldn't be on Nova Scotia's list because we had a ban on it. And there's many arguments as to why we should be looking at uranium in Nova Scotia. Radon is a byproduct of the uranium, and we hear it all across the province. I know every MLA in here has heard it at some point in time, that there's concerns about radon leaking into basements or water. And at the present point, that if we find uranium on a project right now, things are shut down. We can't even investigate the quantity and quality of that uranium. So in order for us to move forward with a full contingent of a list of critical minerals, and possibly not being able to receive some of the benefits from some of those critical minerals, with who knows what's going to happen with the tariffs, who knows what's going to happen south of the border. It was an opportunity where we were removing critical minerals to put uranium on our list so we can explore and see what the realm of possibility is for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil, Sable Island.
Thank you. And it's true, the critical mineral strategy was released, and I have some more questions on that. But with regards to uranium, and this was in March of 2024, we were already in an election by October of 2024. So in regards to uranium, the critical mineral strategy stated, the categorization of uranium as a critical mineral can be reassessed during the biennial review of the Nova Scotia critical minerals list. But, and I continue to quote, in the event of significant changes to the critical mineral landscape, the province of Nova Scotia may increase the frequency of these reviews. So I would ask the minister to clarify. So I understand biennial is every other year. Just clarify. When is the next review? Why did we preempt the review? We've set out a process that surely would consider all the things we need to consider environmentally, health-wise, stakeholder views, and Mi'kmaq land rights. Why did we preempt it? And is the categorization currently being reassessed by the department using the prescribed review process set out in the critical mineral strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So we've actually been looking at every mineral possible in our ground, and we know that uranium exists in Nova Scotia. We've known that for decades, but with the ban, it created a hazard for anybody to investigate what was really there. And in order to investigate that, and the assessment's underway right now, but in order to investigate that, you actually have to lift the ban to do the assessments on what is taking place. And even to have the conversations with the ban, the way the ban's written, it really wasn't there wasn't a clear pathway that you could even have the conversations. But the assessment's going on right now. But we developed the critical mineral strategy over a course of a few years. So uranium was obviously a conversation piece for a little bit, but it's come to the forefront with the opportunities because of what is going on worldwide and the need for renewable energy. It is recognized as one of the minerals needed for targets for 2050.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I have some more questions about the process, but I'm actually just really going to hop right into some questions around uranium mining in particular. So I'm wondering, what is the economic argument? I don't understand there to be a shortage of uranium in the world, so I can table these, but the World Nuclear Association says that there's no shortage of uranium and explicitly states there's therefore no reason to anticipate any shortage of uranium that would prevent conventional nuclear power from playing an ever-expanding role in providing the world's energy needs for decades or even centuries. Canada is the largest uranium supplier, but not from Nova Scotia, from northern Saskatchewan. So basically, and it's also like a huge, well, obviously if it's the world's largest supplier, it's a huge physical presence. But Saskatchewan has that space, right? So 12 Nova Scotias would fit into Saskatchewan. And the Saskatchewan mines are all located over 200 kilometers away from the nearest town or city. What we know, and I understand the ban has limited what we know, I do understand that, but from what we know about uranium in Nova Scotia, it's 60 kilometers from HRM, and really just down the road from people's houses. We are the most densely populated rural province. So we're a rural province, but we're densely populated. It's not like Saskatchewan, where you can go build a huge mine 600 kilometers away from the nearest community. And I'm not even sure that we have Saskatchewan doing for Canada. So, has the minister talked to Saskatchewan? Does Saskatchewan want uranium from Nova Scotia? And actually, do we even have the right kind of uranium?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Quite honestly, with the politics of what's going on in the world, there is a worry worldwide about how much nuclear can be acquired from the ground. There is a concern. We're hearing it from different jurisdictions. There's no debate about that. I have had conversations with the minister out west a couple different times. There's actually a ministers group that started conversations. I think it was last summer. Nothing official, just a group getting together to have some conversations about the realm of possibilities. But there is a concern. There's also the concern about what we don't know. You mentioned in your question, it could be, and probably likely is, 60 kilometers away from downtown Halifax. It probably could be, but the realm of we don't know, and there could be more risk to that, as we know with well water, drinking basements, and different things. But what I would say is we also have to have a Team of Canada approach about everything we look. We've talked about not being able to put our eggs in one basket with what's going on south of our border. That doesn't just mean with our exports. That's also looking at what the future holds for development, and we really need to know what is in the ground to have the right conversations. The ban also, like I said earlier, if we were, I just doing an excavation in the woods for a development and we're to run into uranium and it's reported, that is shut down and we can't even study what's going on there. There's more to this than just the idea of a mine. mining uranium, it's a safety concern as well of what's in our ground, and we need to know to help develop other things, and it's an educational process that we're going in these steps as well. And quite frankly, it is something that I have heard from people that have come to our MLA offices and had the radon testers and put the radon testers in the basement. When is the time that we're actually going to investigate why the radon's coming and things? So the questions, I'm quite frankly, I'm hearing the questions. I'm also hearing concerns. But Nova Scotia has a great reputation on their environmental standards. We have a great reputation on our labor standards. We can do it ethically here, where other minerals are being extracted for our green energy process and our steps to 250 that are not ethically developed. They're not environmentally friendly developed. We have great standards here, and we said right from the get-go, this is a process that we will do safely and in conjunction with Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So I guess I would invite the minister to table what's available. I mean, I understand you had some informal conversations with some other people. That's great, but when this was from May 16th, 2024, the World Nuclear Association made it very clear that there will be no shortage for decades or centuries. So, but I'd also like to unpack, so if this was being put forward as a health measure to address the high levels of radon in our province, absolutely. I have the radon testers. I think it's a huge risk. I wish everybody understood it and tested their basements, and it's costing our healthcare system money and it's shortening people's lives. So absolutely. But that's not what's being told to Nova Scotians. That's not what the sell job here is. The sell job is we're going to make money because we're going to join the global market for uranium. And I guess I have no evidence that I understand we have low-grade uranium that doesn't match what can be produced in Saskatchewan. And I mean, we just had a recent, if you can look at what's happening in Ukraine, essentially, there's a huge deal happening in Ukraine that will also fill the global market for decades. And yes, it's an insecure source, but nonetheless, the source is there. So I guess I just don't see that the rationale behind this is radon. And so, sorry, I moved some stuff around. So I guess my question would be, what would we do with uranium mined in Nova Scotia? So would the intent be to develop a provincial nuclear capacity, or would the intent be to put it on the global market, commodity markets?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So part of the thing, I caught the member saying that she believes that it's low grade. Maybe it is, but quite frankly, we don't have the documentation to say that. That's why we need to do the exploration and look into that. We don't know the quality and quantity. We can speculate on what was looked at in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and before the ban was put on in the 80s. But quite frankly, we don't know. And to the concern about the nuclear, are we looking to develop nuclear? Nuclear development is regulated by the feds. It's not something that's regulated by the province. If an investor were to come here, they obviously have to go through their environmental applications or local municipal applications, but it's actually regulated by the feds. And it's the same for uranium mining. The feds actually regulate the the mining process. What we're looking here today is to see the quantity, quality. Is there an opportunity for it? The health risk is another side of things, the radon effects. But right now, we can't even look at it and have a conversation about it. Where we do have a critical mineral strategy, we can't have a conversation about uranium with a ban on it because we don't know the evidence. We don't know the quantity, quality. I'm going to stop talking because I'll get to parts and the unofficial things that's way above my pay grade, obviously. But it's important for us to know what's on the ground in Nova Scotia. And yeah, I'll be on it. If there's an economic opportunity and we can do it safely, then we need to investigate that for Nova Scotians as well. But it has to be done safely and prudently.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And just before we continue, I would just ask respectfully that the minister use my pronoun, which is they. And so, okay, so, and I certainly wasn't announcing a concern about nuclear capability. I'm just wondering, like, if we dig it, what are we going to do with it? So it sounds like we're going to put it on the global commodities market at this point. And I understand the concern about knowing where it is, right? Knowing the impact of radon on our province's health. I support understanding how to address radon in this province, 100%. But, you know, not 6 months ago now, a year ago now, a critical mining strategy that was under development for, you referred to, a long time, was released and didn't take that step of making the step. I mean, it could have been part of that strategy to announce, you know, we're going to actually lift the ban uranium so that we can look at the health impacts. So I definitely, so I understand that we don't know very much about what's in the ground. But you did refer to the fact that, or the minister did refer to the fact that projects have to stop if they encounter uranium. And so I'm wondering if the minister can clarify, say in 2024, how many instances of finding uranium occurred in 2024 and were brought to the attention of the department, and how many projects were stopped because of that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I can say is there's a report process through it. Department of Environment would take a lead on that as well with us. But quite frankly, a concern, and I'm going to be very open, I'm not suggesting this has happened, but if a company were to find it right now and they have to report it and shut their project down, is it being reported? That's a concern that maybe it's not getting reported, and that's a deep concern because we do need to know what's going on underground. With lifting a ban, it makes it a little easier for that process and the conversation to take place. But there also has to be measurements done and things taking place, and the limit is 100 parts per million. Just to go back to my answer earlier of where it would, okay, things have to stop. But right now, there was none to my knowledge that was reported. It could have been reported to the Department of Environment. I wouldn't have that information with me today.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, so no instances have been reported to the Minister of Natural Resources that have resulted in a negative economic impact. And I will follow up with the Minister of Environment and ask if they had any reported in the past fiscal year or calendar year. And so I think, you know, that you know, if we're looking at, you know, when we're looking at an economic analysis of any kind for any effort, we're going to look at the costs and benefits, right? We're going to look at the risks. And so I guess I would submit that that's not a real risk or cost in this current situation because none have been reported. So I want to go back to the minister's opening remarks. And I'm going to stick with uranium, but have any investors approach the minister or the premier to explore uranium in Nova Scotia? And can you indicate if they are domestic or international interests?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Mining Association of Nova Scotia, we all know, has advocated for this for decades. Even when the NDP party was in power, it's been advocated for. But to be very honest, there's no investor coming to Nova Scotia with a ban there. They're not going to come and put money into the province. Quite frankly, they cannot have a conversation in the province with the ban sitting there. So until we lift the ban and have that conversation and do the exploration of what's actually there, there's not going to be local or even external investors coming to the province.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I mean, I think, I understand the point that maybe people, because we don't know what's there, how much there is, where it is, I understand that. But, I mean, at the same time, the minister's having conversations with ministers out west about, so, it seems like you're still able to have conversations about uranium, even if we can't currently explore it. I'm just wondering, so the minister did refer in their opening statements to special interests. And I'm wondering if the minister can confirm if MANS is in fact a special interest group, and what other special interest groups the minister would specifically identify with regards to his files and his role as Minister of Natural Resources.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, and to the member, just about the conversations with my counterparts, it was conversations in general from us. We don't have the evidence to back up what other jurisdictions would, or the data to show what Nova Scotia could offer to the table. It was just in general conversations with colleagues around the table. Special interest groups, we meet with many different groups that would come to the table. Both for and against any given project. That's not just mining. That would be forestry, wildlife. It would be anything to do with the resource. It's quite a unique department that we do have, where we would have two very distinct opposing opinions of how to approach natural resources. But somewhere in the middle is where we're trying to get to the common ground. But yeah, the Mining Association of Nova Scotia, we obviously, because of our resource base department, we would have regular conversations with the Mining Association. But as we would with the environmental groups as well, we meet with the environmental groups. My deputy has regular meetings with some of those groups. Obviously, I can't make every meeting; it's just impossible. But we do meet with all different points of views on a regular basis.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I mean, I would still welcome the minister to answer my previous questions, but I'll add a couple. So my question was, is MANS considered a special interest group? And to name specifically who else is a special interest group for the department, maybe who the deputy meets with. The minister also talked about the outsized, and that's a direct quote, of the impact of special interests in this area. And I guess I would invite the minister to explain what that means. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the world doing community engagement and community processes, and it is true that when you are talking on a very controversial subject, that and if you're bringing really diverse stakeholders together, like you have to think about how you do that, right? And you have to think about it in a way that, in fact, no one outsizes the other, that you are able to get to that middle ground. So the minister talked about special interests that are outsized, and I'm wondering who those are and what the minister does to try and respond to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess what I would say is, doesn't matter what side of the discussion you're on. You're both special interest groups. You have your interest of what you want to see. Some people don't want to see any mining. Some people want to see more mining than we could even handle in Nova Scotia. And that is what I would mean, Mr. Chair, by a common ground meeting in the middle. We have to look at it at a lens to have the conversations with each group with their respective concerns. But at the end of the day, it's my job as minister to ensure that our resources maintained in a sustainable manner. It's my job to find a common ground in the middle that we can approach and protect the biodiversity of our province. We have a great process in the IRM team that reviews any application that comes into our department. But to answer the question, I think I've answered it. We meet with groups on all sides of the discussion, and at the end of the day, we have to make decisions as a government, as a department, make recommendations to the government of that common middle ground of what we can, the realm of possibility of what we can achieve safely, environmentally, ethically, but also sustainably as well. And it's an opportunity here that we have in Nova Scotia. The world's looking for critical minerals. I know the member speaking about one specific critical mineral very passionately, and I respect that. But we're looking at an array of different minerals. I believe it was 44 minerals that are in the province of Nova Scotia that we could actually put out there to investigate on how to assist not just Canada but the world in meeting the 2050 targets. And some of those minerals are going to help us achieve a green economy in our rural communities. Another concept of what the conversations are taking place is some of those investors that are working in mineral development and extraction around the world are coming to talk to us about our abandoned mine sites with a lot of, we know there's an issue. We had question period. But those developers are coming to talk to us in Nova Scotia. We know you have abandoned mine sites. We know you have contaminated sites. We can help you clean this up because there's still critical minerals in some of those tailings. And the new technology that's available today are conversations that are taking place. It's an exciting time to be in this department. I'll be honest, I knew very little about critical minerals when I came to this department, and I probably know enough to be dangerous now. That's why we have great staff behind us. But there is an opportunity for us here to move our economy forward in a safe and environmentally manner, but also to help clean up our contaminated sites as well, because there are critical minerals that are sitting there that are low-hanging fruit, if you will, looking at that as well. But they have to have the ability to come in and invest, and that's why we need to have the fulsome conversations, and to have that, quite frankly, with uranium, we need to lift that ban to have those fulsome conversations and do the investigation of what actually is there and how much of.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil, Sable Island.
So I'm going to turn to the critical mineral strategy. So I'm wondering if the minister can outline how much was spent to support the implementation of the critical mineral strategy in the past fiscal year. I know there's $500,000 planned in the current fiscal year. And what are the goals? When you get to the end of this coming fiscal year, the end of 25-26, how are you going to define success of what you want to do under critical minerals?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the numbers there, I forgot to write it down. So the numbers are actually absorbed within the geoscience department. So our staff, it would be a daily routine of our staff. So 24-25 would be $6.1 million. What's coming up this year for 25-26 would be $7.1 million. And is it included in that, the federal money, or additional to that? But there was some federal funding that was also provided as well to look at the critical minerals strategy. But it's encompassed within the geomines department or section.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
I'm going to repeat part of my question, and then I'll keep going forward. So for the $7.1 million that you've identified for the critical mineral strategy in the geoscience group, or perhaps within the geoscience group, under the critical mineral strategies, I'm wondering what specific, what are your deliverables? What are your activities in the coming fiscal year? What is the department's? Sorry, not you. And I'd also like to start turning to some of the pillars in the critical mineral strategy. So Pillar 4, for instance, talks about opportunities for Nova Scotians. That's what we've heard a lot about. So what do we know about the workforce available in Nova Scotia for critical mineral production? There's some words in the critical mineral strategy about supporting the inclusion, like a diverse workforce. And I'm wondering, how is that being done? How will that be measured? And, you know, I felt that, you know, there was a YWCA strategy, and I can get that to the minister, but I've tabled it in the House a number of times, or YWCA report that I've tabled in the House a number of times, looking at like an experience of women and gender diverse folks in trades writ large, that definitely outlined a number of things that could be done to improve the experience of women and gender diverse folks in the trades, likely some of it applicable in this sector. So what are your deliverables, and what's the plan for Pillar 4?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I apologize to the member that just the last comment I didn't catch. I heard about the deliverables, but I couldn't hear what you were saying when you were sitting down.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
I think just deliverables for this fiscal year. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So geoscience studies complete the reanalysis of the existing material that's housed in the library. Funding for undertaking a regulatory roadmap. Funding for the study for the economic opportunities for the Mi'kmaq as well would be in that fiscal. And just a quick comment about the diversification of trades. I come from trades before I came to the floor. I'm not sure if the member was aware of that, but any time that you can diversify any group of the trades, it actually ensures that there's a better trade coming out. I was in the electrical trade, and my last apprentice was a female. And I'll be honest, it was a joking matter in the sort of lunchroom that our first female was coming in. But I'm going to tell you, when I left that trade, I went to manage a facility at the same site. It changed the demeanor of every worker in that group, in that division. I've had the conversations with the Minister of Labour about the diversification, and I know that minister comes from the trades as well. So your comment about diversification for everyone, it's well noted with me. I just want to make sure that the member was aware of that. And if there's anything else about Oh, sorry, there's one more note about the fiscal budget. Also, the critical minerals value chain was added to that as well for the fiscal.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And I appreciate the minister's commitment and experience working in the trades, and also in terms of thinking about a diverse workforce within the trades. I guess what I would invite the minister with colleagues and perhaps with special interest groups is to look at some of what we know about the experience of women and gender diverse folks working in the trades, because certainly the most recent report that I've referred to identified a lot of challenges. So I love the fact that the minister talked about the impact of that one person on a work site, but I also think we can't, that's not the full story. So what's the impact on that person in the work site? How can we retain them? How can we keep them there? That sort of thing. I'm wondering, within the critical mineral strategy, how are you prioritizing which minerals you're looking at? Like, you've got a ton of them in there, so how are you prioritizing?
Before I recognize the minister, as you folks are changing shifts over there, it is pretty loud in here. I'll please ask you to keep it down to a quiet for the member speaking. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's four classifications that we would look at. So the geoscience potential would be the first one. Second one is needed for energy transition. Third would be the global demand. And the fourth would be a strategic opportunity for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So with those classifications, I'm wondering if the minister can explain how that's being used. I mean, is the department equally working on all minerals at the same time? Like, what do we know about the priority minerals that the department's going to be working on under the critical mineral strategy in this fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So, as I said, there's 16. As the member knows, there's 16 minerals that we're looking at. We're always reviewing them and updating the information that we have. And as people come in and stakeholders come in and have those conversations. But right now, the focus is on the battery supply chain minerals, which would be lithium, graphite, primarily, and so the energy side of things is what we would be providing a lot of our focus on. Not ignoring everything else, but that's where our primary focus would be on right now.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And so the strategy's second pillar focuses on regulatory reform. I'm wondering, so is there regulatory reform being undertaken to support the exploration of these two minerals, lithium and graphite? And can the minister describe what that work looks like?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously the first step was the regulatory roadmap, which is the first step, and just like to point out and recognize my colleagues, that was done in partnership with the ECC and also with Invest. So now what we're doing is mapping it out, working with the OSE on the efficiencies, along with the environment and climate change as well.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So Pillar 3 of the strategy focuses on working with the Mi'kmaq communities and partners across the province. And I'm wondering, so how is this happening? Who is the minister meeting with? I think we saw after the release of the global mandate letter for this government, a response from Mi'kmaq chiefs across the province that said kind of like, hold up, we have treaty rights. We've been part of these conversations. Surely you don't mean we're special interests. So I guess, my question is, are Mi'kmaq organizations and communities considered special interests? And how does that align with a pillar that talks about working with Mi'kmaq partners?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a working group with KMK, and also work very closely with our partners at Illinois Affairs and conversations. KMK actually provided some of the input to the strategy and was part of the working group. And we're completing an economic opportunity study right now with KMK, and but work very closely with them. The department meets with them on a regular basis. I'll be very honest with you on the floor. I haven't had a chance to meet with my counterparts with the First Nations on this topic. I meet with our First Nation partners on a regular basis on other things, but I haven't had a chance to meet since the new swearing in and the holiday. But the department does meet with them on a regular basis.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I appreciate that there's a formal relationship with KMK. I guess I would still go back to the process that led us from like an election where this wasn't talked about to a stated mandate that this was the focus, to the point where Mi'kmaq leaders from across the province felt the need to publish an open letter to get their voices heard. And so, respectfully, I don't think that that's upholding treaty rights in this province, and I don't think that's upholding our responsibilities, under the commitments to the TRC, commitments to other things, and really our nation-to-nation relationship. So I guess my question is, when will the minister or premier meet with the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs to discuss whether or not they're special interests, and discuss uranium mining, fracking, and other critical mineral exploration.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to point out that the Minister of Elderly Affairs the other day pointed out very quickly that in recognition that our First Nations is a nation. It's not a special interest group. And conversations. I'm very honest. I meet with my counterparts at the First Nations group on a regular basis. Haven't had an opportunity to meet with the counterpart chiefs that are responsible for the mining side of their interest, but it will be taking place, the same as it does with anything else within my department. I respect the relationship we have with them. I can go to the moose hunt conversation that we had for a long period of time in 2024, where conversations actually got us to the right place, and we were both there. But there's a mutual respect that I have for the chiefs, and the chiefs have backed myself and the department to the point where I went to the celebration in Cape Breton prior to what would usually be the opening of the moose season in Cape Breton. But what I would say is our relationship means a lot to me, and this is not going to get jeopardized. That there will be conversations that do take place with my counterparts.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And just one more question on the open letter. Has the Minister responded, or the Premier responded in writing to the authors of that letter? And then under Pillar 3, so it talks about Mi'kmaq communities being integrated into the work through capacity building, and that the department will facilitate participation. And I'm wondering if the Minister can talk about what are the deliverables this coming fiscal year that will that work towards that goal of integration.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess what I'll say is the work that we're doing with KMK, it's going to be a continued, ongoing, very fluid situation, the ongoing conversations. The economic opportunity studies also going to put some information at our desk of where things are going to go. The other thing I just wanted to add is there are members of the Mi'kmaq community that are joining us as a province at the PDAC meetings on Monday and Tuesday of next week. They've joined us the last 2 years, actually. So they're very well aware of what is taking place. We may not always agree. That's why you need to have conversations to get to that middle ground. To answer your questions, I have not responded to that open letter as of yet. I can't speak, obviously, for the Premier, but there's going to be conversations. It has to be ongoing conversations, and the department's carrying that on. But as Minister, that's part of the conversations I'll be having as well in the near future.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And then just more specifically related to the work under the critical mineral strategy, what are the deliverables for Pillar 3 in the strategy in this coming fiscal year?
Before I recognize the minister, the clerk has just informed me that Ledge TV sent a message that the clicking of the pens is being picked up on the mics really loud. If we could ask you to please refrain from that. Both sides, they said it's happening. So they actually said it was both sides, so we're all guilty. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I am guilty. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first step is to ensure that economic opportunity study is completed, but also there's a regional energy and resource table that we share with the federal government. And so the critical minerals conversation is taking place at those tables, and our Mi'kmaq partners are part of that process as well.
With just under 5 minutes remaining, I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And we might not be able to get through the full conversation about providing predictability and stability for landowners, but maybe we can start it. So, you know, I also have had the chance to review, you know, some of our history in mining in the province, particularly around uranium. I was actually reading the uranium inquiry from 1984 in the section about the experiences of landowners and people's sort of repeated experiences of feeling like they were not accorded their rights as landowners. So repeated experiences of where, you know, there was sort of, they did not want exploration on their property, and yet it was happening. And so, you know, that was a huge part of that inquiry, looking at concerns about trespassing and destruction of wildlife habitat. And so my question that I was writing at the time was, what would the province do to prevent this? However, literally at that very moment, the CBC article came across my computer about the landowner in Yarmouth County, and I can table this, I know it's already been tabled in the House, but I can table this, who had not wanted lithium exploration on their private property. The minister has made the point that that person agreed to mediation. Sometimes, you know, so that was really the only step offered in this process. But I think they've been pretty clear that they did not want it on their property. So what would the minister say now? We have this recommitment to mineral exploration, and what can landowners expect?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have to re-emphasize that that specific issue in southern Nova Scotia, it was 9 or 10 months of negotiations that took place. Before Section 26 can get a vote, both parties have to agree to submit to the minister to invoke Section 26 for a mediation. The mediation was decided, a mediator was selected, and the decision was put out. But before Section 26 does get a vote, it was 9 or 10 months of negotiations. They couldn't come to an agreement on a final determination on a couple items. They both did approve of doing Section 26. That's not something that any minister would take lightly. It's only been utilized twice in the history of it. It's not something I took lightly. I wanted to make sure that negotiations weren't totally separated from apart. But it was invoked, and we also have a guide for landowners, and it has to be a willing partner of a landowner and landowner permission before somebody goes in and does any exploration. So it does have to be a landowner agreement.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I think, you know, basically I'm at the end of my first hour, and I will want to come back to talking about how landowners will be protected, and other questions about the impact of mining. So with that, I will take my chair for the next hour.
It is now time for the Liberals' turn. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's time and that of staff as well. Lots of things happening in the area of natural resources, so I think the member was just talking about mining, so maybe I'll start there. Over the last number of years, mineral claims, my understanding, have been going down. And I wonder what the minister attributes that to. My understanding is the uranium is really the only ban that we're talking about lifting. So how will lifting the uranium ban reverse that trend for the industry, given that that really has been the only ban in place for that time? And when do we expect, when does the department expect for applications to start coming in after the ban?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. Welcome to the conversation this morning. I know the minister is the member is very well, as he was a previous minister of this department. But quite frankly, I know the minister's aware of this, but there's always been the conversation that Nova Scotia wasn't open for business for the mining sector. Although we have many mines that are taking place in Nova Scotia, but I was hearing from quite frankly a lot of stakeholders over the last 3 years that they didn't believe that we were open for mineral exploration. We weren't open to the idea of new mines taking place. But by lifting this ban, we've already heard from many stakeholders, not just with uranium, looking at other minerals, that we actually understand that Nova Scotia is a willing partner. We're a willing partner for anybody that wants to come here and meet our environmental standards, be a good corporate citizen, good paying jobs, and we're open to have those conversations. So I don't know what the statistics are about how many applications been through in the last number of years. We can try and get that number for you. But I can tell you that since we started having this conversation, there are many other stakeholders in the resource development that are calling, want to know, is Nova Scotia open for business? And the answer is, yeah, we are. You want to be a good corporate citizen? We'll have the conversation with you if you can meet our standards as well.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was asking some of these questions to the Minister of Environment last evening, as they are a regulator, but mining often is regulated by the federal government. So just want to understand how the government exactly is going to open us for business in this sector. Like, what changes from a regulatory perspective that allows some of these companies that supposedly weren't interested in exploration licensing, what is changing? Because my understanding really was that market conditions were the #1 thing that was driving this, and the costs of whether it's lithium or gold interests or these types of things. But what is the government doing that's actually going to change the attitude and start allowing this boom from critical minerals?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Chair, thank you. What I can say is what's government doing? Well, our initial thing was to initially say we're open for business. It wasn't just for uranium. We want everybody to know that we're open for business for any resource development that we have here to offer in the exploration. Other things government are doing is we're sending the team to the PDAC meeting again next week. We'll be having the minister's breakfast. Obviously, I'll be here in the House, so it won't necessarily be a minister's breakfast per se, but we will be having some conversations there. The team will with many stakeholders. That the question has been for many years, is Nova Scotia open for business? Or do we have a willing partner here? And notification through the staking system and the mailing list as well from our department out to the prospectors to let them know that, look, we're interested to have these conversations. As the member would know, when he was minister, there were stakeholders coming in and out and having those conversations and the interest. What I would say in the couple short months since the announcement that the door is open for business, those conversations are getting a lot more. We're having a lot more interest come to Nova Scotia, and phone calls to my desk, meeting requests that are taking fold. The member would also be aware that there were a lot of exploration activities taking place when he was minister, and some of those activities now are coming to a possible fruition. With investors coming to the table, and some of those just as recently as January, with the interest of Nova Scotia being a willing partner to work together. One thing that I'm very stressed very much to the stakeholders that are coming to the table for meetings or conversations on the phone, we're willing to talk. If you're willing to come to Nova Scotia, invest in Nova Scotia, meet our environmental standards, work with our environmental capacities, work with our Mi'kmaq, work with our communities to ensure that there's an economic benefit for all of Nova Scotia. Hey, we want to talk to them. We want to have those conversations to ensure that we're not leaving anything sort of on the table that we could help benefit our economy.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Timberlake Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm hearing that there's more conversations, but nothing really specific in terms of regulatory changes, policy changes, or anything of that nature. And the previous government was always open to conversations. There was something called, I believe it was a one window, where proponents and active proponents could actually talk to all ministers that were related to the file all at once. And I remember being in lots of meetings where issues were raised in terms of how they were abiding by regulations, especially environmental regulations, and some of them thought they were too stringent. And so that's why I asked some of the questions to the Minister of Environment last night, but I'm not able to get any specifics so far. And I know the Minister's not the regulator, but the Minister does have an interest in economic development, and presumably with the talk of lithium, the Premier mentioned in his letter to caucus members that one single lithium opportunity in Nova Scotia is valued at up to $6 billion. So presumably he would have got that figure from the Department of Natural Resources. I'd just like to ask the Minister for Natural Resources, is he able to table how that figure of $6 billion was coming up, how that came to be, and so that we could look at that opportunity? And would that be just those opportunities that are in Yarmouth and Digby counties, or is that the entire sector of lithium opportunity in the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick comment. We still have the one window process. It's still an ongoing process. Ministers aren't at that. A quick answer to the previous question, or conversation, I guess, not a question. We had over 50,000 claims last year in Nova Scotia, and that's up from 2023. So that's a good thing. There are significant opportunities for lithium projects, but I don't have anything physical I can table for you today. That $6 billion was a conversation with the company that they were sharing information back with us of the expected windfall of one project. So that was a company conversation.
I recognize the Honourable Honourable MLA for Timberlake Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the things I think the Mining Association was looking for in the past was an airborne geophysical survey to identify future mineral development. This is something that my colleague had put forward, and it was based on a 2008 initiative, which would have been I think we call it the fair play analysis on the offshore side of things, so emulating something on the onshore to see what the potential is. And that's one of the ways that the previous government really looked at economic development, rather than picking and choosing companies to support, looking at sector development. And that's how we approached economic development. I just wonder if that is an opportunity that the minister's looking at to help the sector as a whole.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's been a lot of the geophysical work since then. What I would say is there's ongoing conversations with stakeholders coming and going. I certainly get the point about picking and choosing. That's certainly not what we're trying to do. As I said a few minutes ago, there's a wrath of stakeholders coming in to have conversations since the conversation about opening the door to Nova Scotia. But we are looking at what process can we sort of center the conversations around more focusedly, and sort of nothing is out of the realm of possibility to look at what happened with the offshore. Since the letter, it was very quickly we were into the legislature as well and preparing the budget documents. I knew there'd be a flood of conversation from stakeholders. I wasn't anticipating how many, to be very honest. But we are looking at what the realm of possibility is, so we're not picking winners and choosers. It's giving a wide variety of opportunity for anybody that wants to come and invest in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is the minister contemplating any form of subsidy to try to induce some of these corporations to come, whether that be access to any public land, crown land, even potentially protected land? What is actually going to change in terms of trying to draw some of these companies in that are obviously, you use the word wrath, there's a wrath of people calling the office to try to access our minerals. So what's on the table to offer them? What's going to make them come here and all of a sudden start to increase their claims?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I can say is not one company's asked for any of that yet. They're excited to hear the opportunity of what we have to offer in Nova Scotia for minerals, but the conversations haven't come what tax credits could be afforded. There's been no request for any finances for anything yet. I know the Prospectors Association, I met with a few of them in the last couple months. They're very excited with what's going on. But to put a financial number on any assistance for companies or stakeholders coming to the table, there's been no conversation or even request to my knowledge to our department. I can't speak for any others, obviously. They're just excited that there's an opportunity for them to come and invest in Nova Scotia, and we're excited about that opportunity as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the budget for Geoscience and Mines Unit, the department has gone from $6 million to $7 million in this budget. Does the minister believe that's going to be adequate for the natural resources development goals that are coming out of his department? And what's that increase of $1 million going to be spent on?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, member. Just very quickly, the additional funds, $500,000 for the critical minerals and strategic resources fund. Also, there was about $500,000 given to our province from the federal government, from NRCan, for the critical mineral geoscience data initiative. And what I'd say, it's very, very much a Team Canada approach to what's going on with critical minerals. Minister Wilkinson, I have a great deal of respect. I'm not sure if the member opposite knows Minister Wilkinson, but we have a great relationship. Minister Wilkinson, my federal counterpart, very excited with what's going on in Nova Scotia. Has visited a few times, and certainly take the opportunity to collaborate with investors that are coming as well. And I know Minister Wilkinson sent a few of those stakeholders to come and look at Nova Scotia as a place to invest. And mining is certainly is investor funded, so that's why we need to attract investors to come here as well. And we'll continue to look for other sources as well. But it's an exciting time to be in the mineral opportunities, and Nova Scotia is. I can't remember the wording, so I don't want to quote, but Minister Wilkinson was very, very pleased with what Nova Scotia was tracking in the last few months, and certainly very excited to work with him over the course of expanding on other minerals over the next little bit.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll switch gears a little bit to forestry. The Leahy report that came out in 2018 had recommended a progress evaluation every 3 years. The last one came out in November of 2021. So my understanding is that there should be another report on evaluating the progress on those recommendations, and of course, presuming that the government still very much endorses the report and following through on all the recommendations that were outstanding. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when will the next evaluation report be released?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the member opposite. Also recognize the work the member opposite did when he was minister on the Leahy review. We actually had reverse roles a few years ago, and this is something we both agreed upon. We didn't debate this on the floor of the legislature, the two of us. We both agreed that we had to implement it. We had to work for the forestry sector and put this into place. We're still very much 100% involved. To date, about 90% of the Leahy review is completed. The 3-year term, the 3-year update was a 3-year review that Professor Leahy had done, I think, at the it was 2021 at the tail end of I would say the members' government with us taking over. We have not implemented the 3-year review at this point, We're focusing on getting the remaining part of the review done. As I said in my opening speech, we actually introduced the first high production forestry grants last year. And feedback from the sector is quite positive. They're looking for more of that high production forestry to take place. And what I would say is I believe the sector's working very hard as well that we ensure that we're moving forward on Professor Leahy's recommendations. I know the government worked very hard on it, the previous government worked very hard on it, and we're staying committed to that. We're committed 100% to the ecological forestry practices in Nova Scotia, and what I would say is a great work from staff in the department to also work with the private landowners now with different initiatives to ensure that private landowners have an opportunity to engage ecological forestry practices on their private land as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the reasons why Professor Leahy recommended the evaluation is because one of his conclusions was the paradigm, I guess you call it, within the department was not where he would like it to be to actually endorse the concepts of ecological forestry. And I recognize that there has been some significant progress, and the Matrix guide was released, I think, right before they came to power, and they implemented it. They have the high production forestry leg delineated now. But the 90% completion rate, when in 2021, the evaluation said that only 10 of the recommendations were actually in the implementation phase. So I find it hard to believe that 4 years later, the other 34 recommendations are not only in implementation, but somehow completed. So I guess I'm going to go through some of these recommendations over the next few minutes if you want to start looking at them one by one to see where we're at with them. But I'll start with the biomass one because that was talked about recently. I tabled a bill to try to push that one forward more. Obviously, it'd be a benefit to industry, local communities, woodlot owners, and there was a short list of public buildings that we would actually displace oil and have wood heat in them. There hasn't been any since the government has taken over. I'd like to ask the minister if is he still intent on creating more of these small wood heat energy projects in public buildings, as it is a clear recommendation in the report. And I will note also, one of the things that Leahy was also very clear at is that the entire report has to be implemented, and he was very, I think, specific in saying that it wasn't a report that you should be picking and choosing. So I appreciate hearing the minister's endorsement again, and I know he does believe in the report, and but there were some challenges implementing different parts of the report. It's a comprehensive one, 44 recommendations, and I'm not criticizing the current government for the 2021 evaluation. Certainly we probably own most of that because it was literally months after the minister became the minister. So what I'm trying to do is figure out where we're at in those years that have passed from November. And actually, when that evaluation report came out, Leahy was very clear that there should be another evaluation 3 years after that to see where we're at. So I think he was basically saying the department shouldn't police themselves. So I don't think the public would just accept that if the department says 90% of the recommendations are done, that they're actually done. But I'll start going through some of these recommendations to figure out where some of them are, but we'll just start with the biomass projects.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member opposite. So right now there are 20 public buildings with 18 different sites, and 2 more are in development right now. That file, I think the member does know that file doesn't sit with our department anymore. that is actually with the Public Works in the development of public buildings. What I will say to the member, this is something I believe that was brought to the table when the member was still minister. This was another thing that we certainly agreed on, that this was an opportunity for our, mainly for our small landowners, that this was an opportunity for us to create fuel in Nova Scotia with Nova Scotia byproducts of forestry activities and be able to heat buildings. And it's a great success all over the place. Something that we have done is when we have come to the table with new buildings being conversed at the cabinet level or even within colleagues, biomass is one of the very first things that we talk about, and we make sure that we inform my colleagues that this is an option. I think the member knows that there's more upfront capital costs to initiate the wood burning policy. But at the end of the day, the fuel's cheaper. I know one of the ones that the minister, I don't know whether the member had a chance when he was minister to visit the school in Sydney. But last June, I had an opportunity to visit the school in Sydney. And I think it's been 4 years that school's been operating with biomass now on the wood heat initiative. They burnt zero bunker C oil since they put that wood heat initiative in. We know it works, and our government are still working forward to it. I believe the member tabled a bill that Public Works is looking at right now for review. I don't know where that is, but we certainly endorse the wood heat initiative that was in the ecological report from Professor Leahy.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the reasons why at the time Lands and Forestry was the lead was because of the economic benefits and being the department that really pushed this forward. And I do want to credit some of the members in the past, Lloyd Hines, the late Lloyd Hines, Gordon Wilson as well. They were pushing for these projects in rural Nova Scotia before the Leahy report even came out. But government as a whole, within the public service, were resistant to them. And I think one of the main factors was what the minister just said in terms of the upfront costs. So if it's just a pure cost analysis in the short term, it's hard to stack up against, especially the existing infrastructure in these buildings, whether it's oil or natural gas. So in the long term, especially with the volatility of fossil fuel pricing, I just think it's such a good thing that we can push forward to support the small woodlot owners. The minister mentioned this. I'm preaching to the choir in terms of what he believes the support should be, but I wouldn't leave it to Public Works to push forward on some of these projects. Recommendation 5 of the Leahy report was to improve the collection of data, specifically the State of the Forest report. And the last report I can find is in 2016. Is the department looking to improve the data collection and carry out a State of the Forest report to meet that recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the time. I was pretty sure of the answer. I just wanted to verify. It's actually in the development process to have that report finalized. So, yeah, we are doing that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation 13 of the report calls for the government to work with interested parties to assess the work that is underway for landscape level planning. Can the minister inform us of the work that's being done for landscape level planning to meet that recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, that's one of the fluid things that are taking place within the report. We've actually taken it not just with the forestry aspect of Crown land. We're actually incorporating all uses of Crown land into a land planning process, and it's also spread out through recommendations, including to the outcome-based forestry as well. So we're taking in consideration what all Crown land asks or uses could be, and incorporating it to one person that's overseeing and making sure that everything is taking place at the right times for each different part of our department, but also the energy department as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that does speak to conclusion 31 on page 18 of the report, which talks to all three legs of the triad approach. And so we talked about high production, we talked about matrix. But the government has an obligation in legislation to protect 20% of the land. This is the conservation side of the triad, and advocates would say that there hasn't been as much work on that, and Minister Environment and I had this chat last night. There's been less than 1% protected in the last 4 years. He has an interim target he's confident he will reach, but natural resources has to be part of that work. And I wonder if they have identified where those lands will be to meet the third leg of the triad.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, not a whole lot more to add than what the Minister of Environment had last night. We're still working on the PAPA list, and we certainly still are belief that we're going to meet the 2026 interim goal, but the 20% is still on our wish list, if you will. It's still something that's on the target of the Minister of Environment and myself, and both departments are working very collaboratively on that protection list.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation 20 of the report calls for a legislated environmental assessment process. Has this ever been done? And if not, will the department make sure that there is actually equivalent of a Class 2 environmental assessment that Leahy had recommended? Or are they no longer in agreement with this recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's sort of one of the missing gaps. I don't want to say missing, but it's part of the 10% that's not at the completion part. Not to say we haven't done work on that. We're still finalizing what that whole spectrum will look like with the expertise input, the public input, and things. But no, we haven't written that off. It's just to get the final process into place of what that is going to look like in the future.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation 25 called on the government to commission an independent study on the efficacy and adequacy of the 20-metre riparian zone, currently required by the Wildlife Habitat and Watercourse Protection regulations. And the report asks whether this requirement should be changed, and if so, how it should be changed to better address ecological rationale for riparian buffer zones. I'd like to ask the Minister if he can comment on whether this study has it taken place, and if there are any changes being planned for the riparian zones.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That report is actually supposed to be done probably while we're still sitting here by the end of March 2025. I know I put a firm date on here, and you'll probably hold me to it in question period maybe someday, but we're looking to have that report finished this fiscal, or hopefully this fiscal year, maybe early in the new fiscal year.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. That's good news. Recommendations 32 and 33 call on the government to work with forested landowners to establish a carbon credit system to reward sustainable forestry practices. Is the department planning to implement a carbon credit system to incent the ecological forestry practices to meet that recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar to when the Minister of Environment tabled the Climate Action Plan and assigned our department to a whole lot of the goals and work, we counteracted. The Minister is now responsible for that part of the carbon credit, so that falls under ECC. I can certainly talk to the Minister and get an update for you, though.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similar to the conversation on landscape planning and conservation, recommendation 36 calls specifically for an independent Western Crown land planning process. Obviously, there's a lot of competing goals for land, but particularly in the western part of our province, the Minister would know the competing interests, the former Bowater lands. So I'd like to ask the Minister if the department still endorses that recommendation, and will there be a new independent Western planning exercise?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that planning group that I talked about Crown lands, they're actually charged with doing this as well. So they're looking into that recommendation and working on that western end as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so if we have an evaluation, I don't have to ask all these questions one by one, so I've just encouraged the Minister to look at the next evaluation, which is part of the report's recommendations itself. So, but still on forestry, I'd ask, since it's been decades since the silviculture rate has changed, I know it's a challenging issue, but I'd like to ask if the department is considering changing the rate for silviculture of public lands, which hasn't changed in a long time.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and absolutely, silviculture is key in order to achieve not just the ecological, but forestry practices all across Nova Scotia, not just on Crown land. But we did change the planting process last year, and we're looking at under the review that's going on right now of other recommendations. So I guess what I would say is the ever popular slogan here: "Stay tuned." But there is some work going on, the review and the study was taking place right now.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the department plan on announcing any new provincial parks in this calendar year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of the 2013 plan, stay tuned. There'll be some announcements coming up.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask a couple local questions, and one is actually more broader on radon gas, because I know the member was talking about radon gas with the conversation with uranium. My constituency is full of radon, so and I know the department was looking at some of this previously, and I just wonder what the discussion is now, given that the health risks are so prevalent in these homes, and really we're relying on education. MLA offices and libraries have these kits, but I often hear from new homeowners that are building, literally it's all granite and Timberley, and they're building, and years after they live there, and even actually in my parents' place where I grew up, they didn't have a radon system in until the last few years. So I think it's an issue that the department should be concerned about. There's ideas that have been brought forward to me in terms of mandating when you sell a house that you have like a certain threshold that the radon is there. So I want to get the Minister's general comments, and just curious if the department is looking at this, and maybe it's Department of Energy, but it's a real important issue in the Timberley Prospect area for the second cause of lung cancer after smoking. So I think it's something that governments as a whole should be looking a lot more closely at, other than having kits available, because especially in the area that I'm in, when people borrow the kits, I pretty much tell them you can almost guarantee if they're near the Timberley area that they're going to be exceeding the health limits, and that they have to spend over $1,000 to put a system in. And we all know the cost of living issues that are taking place, and when people buy a home, they expect it to have clean air. So it seems like eventually we should have something in law that mandates a new home be actually have clean air that you're moving into. And so different ideas on that. I've tabled bills before, tying that into weatherization and efficiency programs in homes, because we have other issues with mold in older homes and that kind of thing. But this is a real big issue, and just want the Minister's general thoughts on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question and opportunity just to share some general comments. I know the member's area is radon exposed drastically. I believe my uncle lives right next door to the house where the member grew up, so I'm familiar with the area. But last year we did launch another program with Lung Nova Scotia. And through that program to collect data, and we'll be at some home shows across the province starting in March and things like that. That's only a start of the process. I think the member can appreciate that this is a cross-departmental conversation. What I can say is codes and requirements of something being installed when a house is built. I know the member knows it's the building code is something very, very difficult to change. I come from my past history where you tried to change a fire code. You're probably retired before that fire code ever gets changed, but you'll know in your retirement that you had a little hand in it. But this is something that is unique to Nova Scotia, quite frankly. Cross-department conversations. I have had conversations with colleagues. I believe when we had switched roles, actually a little bit of a conversation at estimates one time about radon when I believe the member had kits put out when he was minister. This is an important conversation that has to happen all across Nova Scotia, and the conversation about uranium and the byproduct is radon. We're going to get more educated on the process, but certainly be working cross-departmental about mitigation programs, but also what health effects can we mitigate before it gets to be a worse issue for the Department of Health as well. So certainly be open to have further conversations offline with the member, because I know it's an important issue there. It's a very important issue up in my area as well, where we do have lent it out of my offices, and some people are very surprised at the levels of radon in their basements, and some people are able to put the mitigation programs in, and some aren't. But it's a fulsome conversation that does have to take place in the province and across departmental for that matter. But certainly entertain the conversation offline as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And with the reversal of the ban on uranium development, the Mining Association has pointed to this as a part of an opportunity to look at radon gas. And just like to ask the Minister, how exactly does that help us understand radon gas and mitigation of radon gas in homes? Reversing the ban, what is the connection there?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so as we study where the uranium deposits are and the exploration, it'll better help us know where it's seeping into areas and be able to pinpoint and certainly help homeowners make educated decisions on things that are taking place and building in certain areas versus other areas, or some of the mitigation elements that can be put into homes where we know radon is available, or high levels from deposits that would be in that area. So as we learn throughout the whole province where deposits may be of uranium, we can better map out where potential radon issues could be. And it's an educational process. I know universities are interested in taking part in this step forward as well, and assisting in the educational piece to homeowners. And it's not just homeowners; it's developers as well, putting up infrastructure and things. And we know we need more homes in Nova Scotia. We're committed to building more homes, but every little bit of piece of more education that we can put on the table for developers and private bill, it's certainly an asset that we can share with Nova Scotia. So that's the other side of the uranium, that we can use it for an educational health benefit as well. And I know the member knows that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the other local issue that I have a lot that has to do with the Minister's Department is access to provincial park. And I've written the Minister of this before, and I know it's a province-wide issue, but when the park closes down and the gate shuts, especially at the park that I'm going to reference here, it's Jerry Lawrence Park, a number of people that have limited mobility can't get in. And it's also a popular fishing area. So right now, the fishing season starts April 1st, but they can't access it until May 17th. And so I asked that question because I did get the response that, you know, the policy is the policy and we're going to keep it shut until May 17th. But I want to ask on the record, because of the mobility issues, because of the season and fishing, if there is any flexibility or thought to changing that in the future, so that at least the gate could be open. And maybe it's not maintained to the same degree, but at least if the gate's open, some of these people that are senior, limited mobility can actually just go to the park and fish.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, and I know I think I pestered the member too when he was minister about opening parks early. And I know the minister knows that it's also a staffing issue about being able to maintain the parks and such. Garbage removal, vandalism's an issue in some parks. I'm not suggesting that's the issue there. But look, what I would say is if there's a certain resident, please have them reach out to the local regional office. We're willing to have a conversation, but unfortunately right now the gates The gates are still going to be locked during the start of the fishing season, and it's to do with the seasonal workers when they come in and are able to maintain the parks. And the other thing is with winter there, with the people coming back into force, as the member would know, having to go in and inspect the parks to make sure there's no damage or liability with somebody possibly getting injured. But this is a conversation I think is going to be ongoing for a little bit more. Certainly, I wish I had a better answer for all the parks in Nova Scotia that would be available. But until we have an abundance of funding to ensure that the season will become year-round, which I don't think it's going to happen with any government right now. There's other priorities and things, but let's have that conversation, because there was some mitigation on some other parks that was able to take place. Let's have that conversation, or have the resident reach out to the regional office and have that conversation, because I understand too it's an accessibility issue there as well with maybe a resident or a constituent.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the appetite to look at it. It's on a highway, basically, the St. Margaret's Bay Road. So often what happens is people still access the park, and there's cars that are parked along the shoulder of the road, not very safe. I know residents would like to see a parking lot actually for the heavily used park, but I think something that doesn't cost a lot of money is just changing the May 17th date. Even if it's a week, you're giving, people that have these issues an extra week to access parks early. And the Jerry Lawrence Park, of course, the member knows, is named after my predecessor. I talk a lot about Bill Esterbrooks. I don't have a chance much to talk about Jerry Lawrence, but obviously he had mobility issues, and that's what's pointed out to me a lot, because it was named after him and Jerry being in a wheelchair. So would appreciate any flexibility on that issue, and I'll take that with the minister offline, and as he recommended to the regional office. And I just want to thank the minister for his time and all the staff for providing answers. And I'll pass my time, just a slight bit of my time, back to the NDP, or if you want to take a break.
Before we move to the NDP, would the minister like a break, or we take a 15-minute recess, or 5-minute recess? Yep, okay. So I declare we're in recess.
Order. The committee will come to order. I recognize the member for Halifax Arndale.
Good afternoon, Minister. A couple questions. First of all, I'm enjoying this. I'm learning lots. I done some reading on uranium mining, but certainly at a very high level. If Nova Scotia was to proceed with uranium extraction and mining, can you basically educate me on what's the best practice now for uranium extraction and mining? At a very high level, obviously.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I apologize for my technicalities. I wanted to verify some things, but it'd be a solution mining where the solution would go down to the ground and bring the contents up, and very much controlled. Actually, we have a mine in Nova Scotia similar to that. Sifto Salt in Amherst is actually sends a chemical down, brings up the brine, takes the salt away. So, I would assume it'd be a similar situation to that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Arndale.
Great, thank you. I won't hold you to it, but that's helpful to know. Question I have bigger question is in terms of occupational health. Certainly Nova Scotia has lots of experience and standards on physical plant mine safety. Moving into new territory of uranium lithium, has the government started or planning any consultation process on occupational risk of that to miners, other staff, and who might be at that table to help us with that expertise?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously, the LSI or the Department of Labour would actually look into that, but we would assist them in collaborating with the partners at West, if you will, or other mining. But there's mining that takes place in Nova Scotia right now. There's a safety standard that's already set in Nova Scotia, and we would expect nothing less. We would expect nothing less for any mine, for that matter. But that would be very much more of a Labour Department a question than it would be for the resource-based department.
I recognize the member for Halifax Arndale.
And this may be a Labour question too, but I'm just wondering, obviously uranium, lithium would be new to Nova Scotia. Do you anticipate through either your pathway or, sorry, not your pathway, government's pathway, that there'd be some consultation on best practices for reduction of occupational exposure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, and yeah, probably more specific to the Department of Labour again, but I just want to make sure that there's an emphasis on the two different minerals. Lithium be very different than uranium in the occupational health and safety. The uranium is very, very heavily regulated by the feds and not necessarily at a provincial level. So I mean, there'd be strict rules and regulations that would have to be followed, I would assume, but probably pose the question to a better question to the Department of Labour would be better suited, I guess.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
The reason I ask is certainly lithium's well known to have major renal disease problems. Uranium has its own associations, but my next question probably is best for Department of Labour in terms of would maintain the oversight of employee health safety in the mining industry?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Just very quickly, yeah, it would be the Department of Labour. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
My very last question, and again, it may be for another minister, just like this House did way before I came here, made adjustments to the WCB to include diseases related to firefighters. Do we anticipate any adjustments to just occupational diseases in the WCB Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to speak for, I don't know what will be on their agenda or their thought process, but yeah, obviously very proud. I know the whole House was proud about the firefighter bonuses. My previous life, I was a firefighter, just the member probably wasn't aware, so something I advocated for very hard. I know the chair also advocated very hard, as did every member in this House, but that would be more specific. Mining question would be for the Labour. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And definitely, recognizing that, the responsibility for ensuring safe and productive natural resource development actually does spread across many departments. I'm wondering if the minister can share with us who they are consulting with in terms of the potential health effects, and maybe I'll ask about lithium and graphite, if those are the two target minerals under the current strategy.
I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very quickly, that would still fall under the Department of Labour. I'll give you an example what I could speak educated to. For me to enter into an electrical panel at a certain standard voltage, the Department of Labour sets a standard of what we can and cannot do as an electrician. So the same as this, different chemicals, different minerals, dust, particles. Those standards would be set by the Department of Labour and Occupational Health and Safety. Not to say we would not assist in the department on the specifics and the technicalities of what a specific mineral or dust component could contain. We'd certainly be collaborative on that. But to set the standard, that would be an Occupational Health and Safety through the Department of Labour.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I'm wondering if the minister received a copy through the Premier's office from the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. They wrote the Premier raising concerns about health effects of the changes around uranium and particularly around fracking. And I'll just read a couple bits of this, and then I'll table the letter for the record. So CAPE is a nonpartisan, physician-led organization with over 36,000 supporters across the country. While they note, the economic challenges facing Nova Scotia, they also just really wanted to outline the clear and growing evidence of the health impacts of fracking, preterm births, higher levels of child asthma and leukemia, increased hospitalizations for cardiovascular and respiratory diseases, and higher overall mortality rates and reduced life expectancy. They quote a particular a couple of articles from the Journal of American Medicine and Pediatrics about findings. They go on to talk about uranium, historical evidence from uranium mining regions, so dramatically increased rates of lung cancer and other respiratory diseases amongst miners and nearby residences. And the long-term environmental impacts of uranium mine are equally concerning. It leaves a legacy of toxic radioactive waste with a half-life of tens of thousands of years. 85% of the radioactivity in the uranium ore is left behind as tailings. And so, and then they talk about the disproportionate impact on African Nova Scotian communities and on Indigenous communities of environmental impacts of natural resource development that's been, it's part of our legacy, it's part of the legacy of Canada. So they, are suggesting that, well, they are calling on the government not to reverse the ban on uranium and not to undertake fracking, and I'll table that for the record. So I guess what I would say is, for the minister, understanding that the Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration would have a role in this, understanding that WCB is not under the purview of this minister, but I think more broadly, when the department is putting together the economic argument that says that this is the time right now for this province to lift the ban on uranium or to start fracking, this should be part of the economic analysis. The analysis should include, not only how much money is there out there to be made, how many deposits do we have, but it also needs to talk about, what are the environmental impacts? Can we mitigate them adequately? What are the health impacts? Can we mitigate them adequately? And I think to do anything less is to do a disservice to Nova Scotians. So I'm wondering how the minister intends to assure for themselves and for the department that they clearly understand the potential health impacts of what's being discussed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. And obviously, yes, we've been very clear we want to do this safe and environmentally friendly. To answer the question, I have seen the letter. Thank you. But what I can say is we're talking about the exploration and the realm of what is possible. And under the realm of what is possible, we have to rely heavily on the scientific agency from the Canadian Nuclear and Safety Commission, which sets standards of what can and cannot happen in and around the idea of uranium. So yeah, we're taking this into consideration. Absolutely, we've been very clear. I've been very clear. We are interested in talking with people that want to come to Nova Scotia to invest in Nova Scotia, but they have to do it responsibly. They have to meet our standards. They have to meet the federal standards, and they have to be willing to work with us as a government and as a province, and that includes communities as well. Safety is first and foremost for our government. There's no question about it. But as we're talking about the uranium and then lifting to the bans, there's many reasons as to why we want to have that conversation. We've talked about the health reasons. We talked about the possibilities of the quantity and quality that may or may not be in the ground, but also the effects of the radon seeping into houses and things. There's many reasons that we have to have this conversation, but we have to rely heavily on that federal government to set the standard on safety requirements and regulations.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So like I said at the beginning, I'm really, really want to understand what we know about the potential economic benefit of this as a priority area, what it looks like, what we need to do to realize that potential benefit, what are the harms, how are we going to mitigate them. So maybe I'll take a mineral that is already being explored. So I'd like to take lithium, for instance. So what do we know about deposits of lithium in Nova Scotia? How many applications do we currently have on the docket for folks who want to be here to do lithium exploration? I'm curious about the Nova Scotia lithium, what's the plan for it? Because I don't think we process lithium in this province. So is it being traded, sold? What do we know about what the economic value to Nova Scotia could be?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are three main projects that of lithium deposits that are being sort of explored. There's others, but three main ones that are being explored right now. And just for context, one of those explorations is expected to be about a $6 billion deposit. Just for one project in Nova Scotia. Now that project obviously is, as the member has recognized, we don't have a finished product facility in Nova Scotia right now to develop the batteries, but as I said in my opening statements, we do have companies, Mitsubishi for an example, that are looking at Nova Scotia to come and invest, where we can get the finished product, we can get the economic benefit of taking the mineral out of the ground to a finished battery product that we can put on the shelves for Canadians and wherever we're looking at exports as well. But that would be a prime example, lithium, where it can help us meet our energy targets, our 2050 targets. We have the mineral resource here. We have interest in it right now. There's exploration going on in it. But also the conversations of putting a facility here where we can use that raw material to make a finished product for Nova Scotia. So those are conversations we're interested in having as well. That it's a full economical cycle of the product coming out of the ground to a finished product that would go into an EV, for an example.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Sidle, Sable Island.
I have a question of clarification because I'm not sure if I heard correctly. So did the minister say 6 billion or 6 million? Billion, okay. I'm good, got my answer. So we have three main deposits. We think they're worth 6 billion on the global market. One project. We think one of those projects is worth 6 billion on the global market. But again, I want to delve into, I want to really understand that. So what are we talking about? Over how many years? And is that the market price that we anticipate? That's not coming all to Nova Scotia. So what do we think would actually come to Nova Scotia in terms of mining rights or royalties? And again, over what time period? Because I think we really need to understand what are the real possibilities, and what Nova Scotians are really being told about what's the potential.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of the specifics would be company specific that are doing their estimates. I wouldn't be able to have some of that information right at hand for us, but it would be the $6 billion would be an estimate that would be over the life of the mine, and that would depend on the quality, quantity, the amount, but. During their exploration to date, this is what they're anticipating. But there's also the spin-off jobs and the royalties, taxes, rural economic development benefits in the local communities as well, and also conversations with their Mi'kmaq partners and what benefit it would be to them. I know some of the projects have already had conversations with their Mi'kmaq to have partnerships with them as well and their nation, and but it's really that's the deposit value of the mineral. And it's over the life of the mine. We can't estimate how long it would be, give or take, but there's a huge spin-off effect as well within any development or job. So, but I'm being told now 10 to 20 years.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So we think for over 10 to 20 years, but of course, we are, at this point, very much reliant on the global market that exists, the global commodities market, which has been very fickle and has been very fickle to Nova Scotians over, well, hundreds of years. And so a couple of questions about that. You know, one of the other things that we're telling Nova Scotians well, sorry, actually, I'm not telling Nova Scotians, but the government is telling Nova Scotians over and over again in writing, verbally, is that there's going to be all these $100,000 a year jobs coming to the province. And of course, that would be amazing. But, like, what do we actually know? How many jobs could the minister identify are coming this year that are going to pay $100,000 from natural resource development?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's just a couple numbers that I can share to date. So currently, right now, there's approximately 2,500 people that are employed in the mining sector. It's anticipated that our province could grow that sector by about 1,500 to another 2,000 jobs. And we know the data that's collected that those jobs are, on average, higher than $100,000 jobs on average. So I guess those are the numbers that I could share right now with you.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And I'll just ask the minister a point of clarification on that. So, you know, the 1,500 to 2,000 jobs, again, just wondering, is that the entire mining sector, not just lithium, not just other things, and over what time period? And then I was wondering if the minister can quantify this interest that's been reported from Mitsubishi and other companies to be able to process lithium in Nova Scotia. So is this to the point where folks have been here on site visits? Do you receive proposals? Like, what does interest mean?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, the jobs are an average estimate of what's going to take place in the critical minerals as a whole. So that would count for every mineral. If we were to develop the 1,500 to 2,000 jobs, I think that's what you're yeah. So it would be for all the critical minerals strategy. If we put things, it's an estimate of what we can grow our sector by with our critical minerals availability. To answer the other sort of question that was in there, our company's actually interested in Nova Scotia. Mitsubishi was actually here and I met with them, I think it was about 2 years ago that I met with Mitsubishi. There's a huge interest. There's a huge interest in them coming here. So I guess sort of just to put the answer to the question, is it a realm of possibility? It's a reality that the whole circle could be completed here in Nova Scotia. There is a strong possibility that we could. And as we work together on the deposits with the investors there, I know with Invest, we'll be working with the manufacturers on the other side that we can do a full circle.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Little Sable Island.
And again, just wanting to clarify a couple things. So the 1,500 to 2,000 jobs are from the critical mining strategy, and I'm just wondering the time period. So is that in the next 5 years that's possible? Is that in the next 10 years? Is this generation? Like, what's the time period on that? So the minister talked about meeting with Mitsubishi a couple of years ago. Since the release of the critical mining strategy, has there been any follow-up led by this minister or otherwise in terms of having that conversation some more?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's really no time frame. That's if all the developments were to come together, the estimates. So there's really no time frame in the jobs. I personally have not met with Mitsubishi again. I know, but our team are very involved with Invest that would feed into those meetings that are still taking place with Invest and the other departments that would be having those conversations to bring those companies here. But myself directly, I haven't had a follow-up meeting, but our department would be feeding into those meetings that do take place.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Little Sable Island.
And just so we can direct our questions to the correct minister. So again, I'm so sorry that I seem to not be hearing well across the aisle today. So did the minister say that there are ongoing meetings currently with Invest Nova Scotia and Mitsubishi?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, with companies in general, I was using Mitsubishi for my example, but I know there's other companies that would be having the conversations about utilizing this product as a full circle realm in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Arndale.
The question I have is about labor force. So in this sector, in my last couple of years of working in Northern Ontario, as you're probably aware, there's the Circle of Fire development happening in Northern Ontario, very similar, from what I understand, to this. So I guess the question I have is, are we going to be competing for a labor force, and are we going to be competing, if this is all successful, on the international market? Because at Circle of Fire, and the concept, the theory of that development in north of Thunder Bay has got huge projections. So having worked in a mine as a physician, I know that's a very skilled labor force needs to be developed. So do you have any concerns that if we were to move forward and be successful, that we're going to be competing for skilled labor besides the competition for the product?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. I'm actually very enthusiastic about this. As I said earlier, I'm a tradesperson. I'm an electrician, and I'll just share a quick little bit of my story. I graduated with 19 other students in my electrical trade. I was the only one that was able to find work in Nova Scotia in 2012 or 13, whenever I finally did graduate. Took me a little longer to get the ticket, but I did graduate. But my point is, I was the only one that stayed in Nova Scotia. I was the only one that was able to complete all of my training and all of my blocks in Nova Scotia. Out of the 19 that graduated, everyone went west, whether that was to the oil sands or to a mine, up north to a diamond mine. All 19 left and left their families behind. And slowly, a few of them actually did drive west, and we lost those families. And over the last 3 or 4 years, I've actually heard from some of those families and some of those tradespeople that have come back to Nova Scotia because there's opportunities here, because of the MOST program, because of what we are doing to enhance the trades in Nova Scotia, because of the building boom that we are doing with more housing development, with more hospitals being built, with schools being built. There's an array of things, and I'm not trying to do a government line here. I'm just being realistic of what the building sector is doing. So those tradespeople are coming back home. But I know wholeheartedly the minister that's responsible for labour and the minister responsible for advanced education and the apprenticeships are wholeheartedly putting their heart and soul into the trades and ensuring that the trades is being developed through our educational system at NSCC. I'm a proud graduate of NSCC. We have a fantastic system here. They're doing what they can. And this all started before a letter even went out to talk about uranium and other mining developments. This started because we started talking about something, green hydrogen, offshore wind, onshore wind. We knew that we had to create the pathway for our residents, our students that are in our high school system right now. We had to create a pathway for them not just to get educated here in Nova Scotia, but for them to stay here in Nova Scotia. Yes, we're going to be competing on the market for some of the laborers, but we've already started as a government to create a pathway for success for those students that are coming out of high school right now, giving them the opportunity not just to go to university, because let's face it, university is not for everyone. There's a lot of different opportunities that are out there. I can give you a personal example. My son finished his high school exams 3 weeks ago. He's already started his youth apprenticeship in the electrical division. He'll be going to school in September. He'll be coming out of school with enough hours. He'll do his second block right away. So we're setting up pathways with the youth apprenticeships, with the trades into schools. I appreciate the recognition of that. So we are on a pathway for success for many different trades, many different professions. And quite frankly, we've been training people on many aspects of mine engineering right here in Nova Scotia. They've been exporting. And now they have an opportunity to say, hey, Nova Scotia is actually an opportunity for me to go back home with my family, put my roots back down in my home province, and become successful on the ground that I grew myself on, I educated myself on. There's great opportunity for this. There will be challenges, there's no question, but we're recognizing the challenges as Nova Scotians have asked us to right now. We're putting the pathways, the educational systems in progress, and the greatest feeling though, are the students are taking advantage of it. When I graduated in 1997, my guidance counselor told me, I wanted to be an electrician, and I was going to, privatized ambulance system was still there. I was going to be a paramedic and an electrician. And my guidance counselor, no word of a lie, my guidance counselor looked at, there's no path for success for you being an electrician. And you're not going to make enough to be on the ambulance at the time. You're not going to make enough as an EMT. We were EMTs then. I met my guidance counselor on a regular basis, still know, a great individual, but she saw me just after I was elected in 2018, and she remembered that conversation. She said, boy, was I wrong. You graduated as an electrician, you move yourself up within the company, now you're an elected representative of the province. My point to say that is there's recognition that the university in computers is what was being pushed in 1997 for myself. It was laughed about that trades were even an option for myself. But we're recognizing that there's room to grow, there's room for everyone here, and I certainly appreciate the recognition that we are going to be competing, but we're putting successful pathways up for students to achieve what they want to do, live here and grow their family here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And so like I said, really trying to understand what we know and what's the economic analysis, what do we know that we're telling Nova Scotians, and and I guess I would really encourage this minister and the rest of government to be clear. So those $100,000 jobs, we're probably not talking about them happening like in the next 5 years. We've had historic population growth in the last few years. And people have been, I know the minister talked about not losing more people. I think, largely that a lot of that trend seems to be reversed. And one of my concerns too, when I'm asking about, we don't process it here, so it goes in the global commodities market. So, my stepfather and his family, generations of foresters in Queens County, 3 generations at the mill. And, the last few years of that mill, essentially the town was held hostage to global commodity markets, right? So I've never met more people who understood what was happening with paper on the global market and who was producing it and how much it cost, and when Brazil lowered their prices, like everybody understood that the mill was opening or closing depending on what was happening. And so they were good jobs. I mean, they were stable jobs until all of that really started. And then the mill was constantly on close down. People were in and out of the doors. So my concern is, just like, what are we signing Nova Scotians up for? And so I want to turn to the potential new mill in Liverpool. So you were saying that there's like news coming out. So I'm wondering if the minister can tell us if they've had a look at the feasibility study, and does it show that a new mill in Liverpool is believed to be financially viable?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be very clear. There is an excitement about the mill. Yes, we need a market for low-grade wood fibre. We know that. We know that from the Leahy Review. This report that's coming out is very much, a company report. We've helped put information to the company so they can make their educated response or decision of what's going to take place. I believe the deadline is March. I don't want to put the date out. Okay, so yeah, the deadlines are in March for the company to provide the information. I have not seen a report or even a draft report of what is going to take place. We have fed information, as I said, to the company of what they need to make their final report. We haven't seen it. We're optimistic, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a company report and a company decision if it's feasibly possible for them to put the new mill in. We're certainly hopeful, and we'll work with the company, but this is very much a company decision.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Oh, sorry, just one sec. I mean, it's a company decision, but there's obviously environmental regulations and guidelines that they're going to have to meet that are the purview of the government. So a condition on a new paper excellence mine in Liverpool is that the company would need to decommission the existing Northern Pulp Mill and its timberland to pay off creditors. But we know that that's not going to be enough money to clean up. So how much, does the minister know how much today is estimated the province will have to pay for the Northern Pulp cleanup?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't like doing this answer, but quite honestly, it's not our department that does the finances with that. That would be IGA that would have done the negotiations back and forth. And for the environmental assessments, it's actually the Department of Environment. But the negotiations of what the whole model of a new mill, decommissioning of the old mill, that was actually IGA that did the negotiations. It wasn't our department. Our department would be involved because of the wood fibre analysis that the company would need to do a anticipation of what the new mill could look like in Queens area or any area for that matter. The company selected Queens for that anticipation, but I don't want to drag it on too long. It's not our department that was involved with those in-depth conversations. It was more IGA than us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, I definitely, respect the division of labor amongst provincial departments, but I guess, the minister is here talking about being excited about a new mill, but doesn't know how much cleaning up the old mill is going to cost. And so, but anyways, I just find it interesting. It seems like that would be information that one might want to get from their IGA colleagues. But in Halifax, actually in my riding, we have heard that the Halifax grain elevators lease is up for renewal at the end of 2026, and that there's no guarantee of renewal due to planned infilling. Without access to that berth in question, export of wood pellets in particular would become a major challenge. Can the minister speak to how this would impact the forestry industry and what actions he's taking on this front?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, this is not just forestry. It's going to impact agriculture, and I know the member knows that. So I was made aware of this. I believe it was on February 3rd at the Forest Nova Scotia meetings when the lady that manages that site came and told me about the issues that she was facing with the possible infilling. And it was the very next day that we brought this to the forefront. I talked with my colleague at Agriculture, and actually there's been some meetings set up, and IGA, I believe, has taken the lead on this file with some of our staff taking part in those meetings to see what we can do. It will be an impact. There's no question about it. It'll be an impact to forestry, and it will be an impact to agriculture. So we need to see what the realm of possibility is to alleviate any of that pressure, or what the realm of possibility is to ensure that the equipment gets moved to a site that is utilized, or the infilling doesn't take place. So there's a lot of conversations that are taking place, but I actioned it the very next morning as soon as I did find out. This is another blow to the forestry sector that just does not fit into the realm right now that we don't need to see, because a lot of that product is the byproduct of ecological forestry. It needs a home, and this was a good avenue to get a final product made in Nova Scotia to be exported to other parts of the world, mostly European markets.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thanks. I'm going to hop around a little bit because my time is passing. But so I wanted to ask about hemlocks. One of if we think about our beautiful forests and the role that hemlocks play in that, we know that we are basically on track to, I think, if I understand correctly, lose all the hemlocks in Nova Scotia. There is some work being done that's showing some promise in terms of being able to inoculate hemlocks against the virus, but at the same time, I think that it's reliant currently on sort of small groups of volunteers and that sort of thing. So the Ecology Action Centre has estimated that the department should create a provincial emergency fund of at least $10 million to save hemlocks, and to match with what federal funding has come through. And is the department looking at how it can help save the hemlocks? And when can we expect action on this? And if the department is not investing in saving hemlocks, why not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, to date we've covered over 25,000 hemlock to date, and we share this partnership with the Environment and Climate Change, some external non-government groups that are partnered with us on this. Also some university that I believe it's Acadia. Yeah, my deputy's saying yes. Yeah, there it is. So there was also a partnership with Acadia. This is serious. This is very serious. Department of Environment and our department responded as soon as we had the availability to do it. With also with I believe NRCan was part of the conversations as well. But we are responding. I also know there's volunteer groups that are out there responding, and it is going to be an all hand on deck approach. But we're not stopping. We're going to do everything we can do to put a stop to this, and there's also some biocontrol research that's taking place as well. That's not the inoculation that we're very very excited about that. Could be even a better combat than the inoculation into the trees. So this is something that is top of mind of our department, and we are trying to combat that as much as we can.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Earlier in our conversation, the minister referenced biomass as another important part of the natural resource sector in Nova Scotia. I'm wondering how much biomass did our province produce last year? And the minister had sort of framed it as a goal to increase it. So is that true? Are we increasing production, and what's the target?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we don't have an actual number of what's produced in biomass, but I know the member knows that it's about 30% of the tree that is harvested is biomass, plus the residuals from the mill. So what I can say is what I classify as biomass is the product of ecological forestry. I think the members probably heard me say many times that I am not one for going out and slashing trees down just for the sake of biomass. That's not what some of these initiatives are about, and that's not what Professor Leahy's report was about on ecological forestry. So it's about 30% of every tree is biomass, and if you look at the way that the ecological forestry practices do take place with going in and doing thinnings and pre-commercial thinnings and prepping the high production forestry, there will be more biomass produced because of that, whether it's biomass or pulp fiber, but there will be other products that are looking at, and that's why we're looking at investigating these investors that are coming, Viterra, Simply Blue, because they can utilize that product for a renewable energy source that when they develop biofuels, bioaviation fuels, fuels for home heating, domestic heating. So these are opportunities that, yeah, there will be more biomass or pulp product, if you will, because of the ecological forestry practices on high production forestry. But we're not going out to look to say we need to cut more trees for biomass. I don't want that narrative to be out there. I know the member doesn't want that narrative to be out there. That's just not what this is about. It's just the nature of the beast that there is biomass produced from ecological forestry practices.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I appreciate the minister's commitment to that. I think the concerns come from the fact that, again, we're talking about commodities, we're talking about a market, and sometimes when, well, the market distorts decisions, right? And so, I think that's the concern, and the concern is that it will become potentially profitable for a small amount of people for a short amount of time, and that will drive it past the realm of ecological forestry. So I guess I'm wondering what protections are in place that doesn't happen. In Australia, biomass is not considered renewable energy, and I'm wondering if the minister could share if they consider biomass renewable energy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we complete the wood supply analysis to ensure that the biomass is produced from ecological forestry practices. So yeah, the Department of Environment have made this statement. I've made this statement. If it's coming from an ecological forestry practice, then yes, it's considered a renewable energy. And there's many jurisdictions that recognize that it's a renewable energy. But if you're going out to to just cut down round trees to create biomass, then no, I would argue that's not a renewable energy. There's many things that we can agree and disagree on, but it's in many other reports that I've read, more reports that I've read than not, that if it's from an ecological practice, that it is considered a renewable energy.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Is Nova Scotia Power continuing to use biomass in our domestic provincial electricity generation? And do we know how much, what the percentage is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, I would have been able to stand here and answer the question. I don't want to step on my toes. The conversation with Nova Scotia Power and their burners are actually with the Department of Energy now, not Natural Resources. So I don't want to step on my colleagues' toes. I don't know what conversations have taken place over the last couple months, but that may be a question for the Department of Energy.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I was just looking back through some of the questions that I prepared and realized that one of the things I wanted to ask about too, in terms of really sort of querying this use of the term special interests, but really recognizing that there needs to be community consultations. We need social license for successful resource development, specifically successful mining projects. So we have a long history and a current reality of environmental racism in this province. It's been recognized by this government under ECRA and the environmental racism panel that's been established. So government has a tool that it's created to make sure that we move on from being a province that perpetuates environmental racism. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on how he and the department will engage with that panel as they're looking at lifting the uranium ban, as they're looking at the critical mineral strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's really no different than any other development. Departments would have conversations cross-department. Just for an example, the critical minerals, for an example, the director from my department would have engaged with conversations with the Department of Environment to let them know where we're at with things, to get feedback. And it'd be no different than ensuring that we have conversations with LNU Affairs to see if there needs to be conversation with our Mi'kmaq partners. And that's exactly why Pillar 3 exists, is to ensure that we're crossing the T's and dotting the I's there, to make sure that we're not missing any groups that we need to have conversations about with development. So this is actually happening during the whole conversation and the flow through of conversations from department to department. And when the deputies meet, they're also updating each deputy on what's going on with our departments as well versus other departments. So there's feedback coming in and out on different levels, as well as the political level, where colleagues would talk back and forth about what is going on with a file within our department, with a file that's going on at Department of Agriculture, if you will, just for an example. So conversations are going on a few different levels to make sure that we're not missing out any of those groups that do need to be at the table to have conversations at different points of the progress.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
As the minister is aware, I've had the pleasure of being contacted by folks working with Save Our Old Growth Forests in different chapters across Nova Scotia. When I was approached to see if I would table their petitions, there were a couple things that really attracted to me. So one was, this is people in local communities who know sort of what's happening around them. And I hear from governments that, there's a lot of trust in landowners to do what's right, and that there's, people know what's happening in their local communities and in the rural areas. So I'm sure that sentiment is agreed upon. So they're calling for old growth stands that are older than 80 years to be protected until we meet our 20% legislative target. Our law says we have to protect 20% of our lands. And so until we get there, they're asking simply that our old growth forests, of which like Nova Scotia doesn't have a ton, be left alone. Is the minister willing to commit to this? Is this part of the discussion?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. We do have the old growth policy, and it's dictated how we went about that because of the Leahy review. So we do follow that. It depends on the forest type and such and what the age is. So it's very hard to put an age category on saying that we're going to save any old growth that's 80 years old. It depends on the forest type and forest growth that we rely on the experts in the field that are seeing things, expert within the department to do this classification. And the policy also of old growth area counts towards the 20%. So we're also we as a department, we're looking at saving those old growth. We're not in a habit that we want to go take that out because it's actually counting towards our 20% target. So if there's old growth out there, we want to know it. We want to go out and inspect it and review it. It's not to say that it's going to get protected because it may not meet that 80 year that one group would want, but the growth of the stand may meet different criteria. But we're very, very willing to work with them and go investigate anything that does come to our department for investigation. Our professionals will be out there looking at it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with about 1 minute and 40 seconds in your round of questioning.
Great. So I just wanted to ask about, do we have commitments in the coming fiscal year around EV infrastructure in the province, charging stations, what have you? And is I'm wondering about e-bikes and e-scooters. Is the government going to incentivize that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was switched over to energy as well on the EV stuff. I still get confused every day going to the office. What's on my desk and what's not on my desk, but that one is switched over to energy as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I don't really have time for another question, and so I would like to thank the Minister and staff for being here today and answering questions. I think we remain concerned that, this is being launched without fully understanding the economic benefit. We don't make evident. We need to understand what the information is about how this benefits and the risks and how they're going to be mitigated in terms of increased. Not the critical mining strategy is one piece of it, but people are very concerned and felt like they were not given a chance to know that this government was going to backtrack on commitments, not to have uranium exploration and not to have fracking in this province.
Order. That now concludes the NDP round of questions. Just before we begin with the PC caucus questions, I'd like to ask the Minister, how long do you need for your final wrap-up, and when that comes to finish your... 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay. I now recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of excited. It's been a while since I grilled a Tory, so this is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Oh yeah, don't use your name. Sorry. I've got a couple of questions. Obviously, over the last few years, we've been hit with a lot of tragic events in this province. I think of Cape Breton with the snow and flooding, and obviously the wildfires. And I just want to ask quickly about the wildfires. What actions is your government taking to respond and improve our wildfire response?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. We had a devastating 2023. There's no question about that. We saw a lot of devastation, a lot of home loss, and since then we've had an after-action report done. I believe by the end of next month, we'll actually have all those action items completed in response to the wildfire season in 2023. We've invested with our federal partners on new equipment. We're doing an allocation to replace our 4 helicopter water bombers. We're working on the program of Fire Smart with any community that's interested to work with us on that. And what I would say is we have a very highly trained fire crew response within our department that I'm very, very proud of. Previous to being in government, I got to work with alongside with some of these firefighters when I was a municipal firefighter, and the professionalism and the dedication that they have to our province is second to none. So it gives me an opportunity to also recognize their dedication to that. But when we saw the wildfires in 2023, it wasn't just our wildfires wild firefighters that stepped up. It was actually our department and many other departments that stepped up to the challenge. And we'll be working very closely with that department, with the newly enacted Minister of EMO when the Nova Scotia Guard would have to be enacted for anything. But there's a lot of good news that has come out of a drastic situation where I think we have a stronger crew, a stronger response, and with fire season coming up on March 15th, we're only a couple weeks away, so it gives me an opportunity to say, hey to Nova Scotia, it's time to get prepared that when the snow cover starts coming off, things get dried up pretty quick. So be cognizant of what the ground can put forward to us in the next couple weeks.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the question. I will say that I think the new department EMO is going to be a great addition, I think, for DNR. Is it DD? What is it? DNRR or something? DNR. Okay. I apologize. And I think it's going to have a huge impact on Nova Scotians. I'll just ask one quick question. It's a local question. So, Mr. Minister, it's a great show. Can you tell me, do you have any updates on the land in Sambro for a community center?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And even now that he's on our side of the House, he's still a thorn in the side. But yeah, no, I think the member knows that there's been a lot of work put into moving this along over the last couple years, and I know it's something that's very important to his community for many reasons. And what I would say is stay tuned in the very near future. I think the member will be pleased with what's coming his way. I hope, and I hope it satisfies the request that was put on the floor for the last few years.
What a tease. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the minister for the question. I'm on this side and I still can't get a timeline. No, I'm just joking. I appreciate it. I know the minister knows and the department knows how important this is. I do want to close this out and just say to the department, I know it's a sometimes thankless job, but you all do an incredible job. To the minister, thank you for everything. And with that, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to deem the 4 hours elapsed.
We're looking for unanimous consent to deem the 4 hours concluded, except for enough time for the minister to read his resolution. Do we have unanimous consent?
Yes.
So, Minister, we can proceed with your closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the staff that were here to support the deputy and Michael, myself through the day. Thank you to the members of the opposition for the thoughtful questions. Maybe a little thank you to the government House Leader for a couple questions. We'll see what happens in the near future, but Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $112,138,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Natural Resources pursuant to estimates. Do you want that?
Thank you. Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. That concludes our 4 hours allotted for the day, and I will now ask that I'd like to call on the government House Leader.
Thank you. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve its... Oh, sorry. What am I doing here? I'm tired. I ask that you leave the chair and report progress back to the House. Thank you.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. And we'll have a brief recess.
Order. The Committee on the Whole of Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met, has made progress, and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Speaker, this concludes government business for today, and I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Monday, March 3rd, between the hours of 3 and 10 p.m.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 3rd, Monday, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.